Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well and feeling well. Dragoon, Tajman, yeah, hello, Ryan. What's going on? Arim, Solar, Nick the Aquarius, Stone, what's happening? Ronan, what's going on? Hi, sound alerts. How are you doing? I hope everybody's doing okay. Hope you're having a good Thursday. Hope you had a good day off yesterday, and I hope you're ready to hang out a little bit and just relax. And we're gonna have sorry, closing the window there. We're gonna have good vibes and good fun, and we're gonna enjoy everything that we do, and that's gonna be the end of it, or I'll shut it all down. Marco Shadow Knight, what's going on? The man of our was this? The man of our 3 hours? What's that? Wait, what? How's everyone doing this fine day? I'm doing okay, I think. I got a weird energy kind of day, right? I felt kind of okay today, but then, felt like other people didn't want that to be the case, but, another Paper Mario trailer dropped today. Well, I'm going to talk about that, obviously. It's a Paper Mario, like a sort of quick trailer / overview thing kind of dropped. It's the same one as yesterday. So yesterday they dropped the Japanese one, which was all Japanese language. So then today was the English one, which of course I watched the Japanese one yesterday. Also, BG3 continues to be a game that is such an amazing game, but also crashes and bugs out so much 8 months later. Questionable BG3 sets a new standard of quality thing. I mean, I have to play it for myself and see, but, I wouldn't expect less of Western RPG. It's how you know it's a fine. It is of fine quality. I played Signalist. I'm both scared and depressed. Yeah, like a Signalist. I feel like I've seen people talk about, and Signalist seems like a hey Travion, and Merc, what's going on? It feels like a horror sort of theme, which I'm not really a big fan of. But every time I hear that name, somebody has something good to say about it. So I guess that's a good thing. Maybe that'll be a Halloween game. Maybe Signalist will be a Halloween thing. Agreed. Paper Mario looks good. Vegeta, I am the hype. Finished the Rising Tide DLC, and now I'm playing through Cyberpunk. Let me know how Cyberpunk is. Let me know how it functions. First of all, let me know if it's actually okay. If that's a game that they fixed. It's Cyberpunk. I often cite because Cyberpunk was something that I was extremely looking forward to, and then it came out and it was just kind of a mess. Like I remember days before it came out, people were saying this is a problem. And then the game came out and everybody got their hands on it and they said this is a problem. But I hear good things. I mean, at the time that I was really asking and I was really curious about trying it, everybody said that the PS4 version was still broken. So now I have access to the PS5 version and my PC is at least up to snuff to kind of play the game well. So I'd be curious to know how my PC could run it, but I'd just get the PS5 version. Do you reckon Metroid Prime is in development? Hell, Shadow, I've said I think Metroid Prime 4 is that's going to be their cross-platform. That's going to be their Breath of the Wild. It's going to be the game that is available the day of the Switch 2, but then it will also be a Switch 1 version of the game. So I think that we're not going to see anything about Metroid Prime 4 until we see something about the Switch 2. Hearing good things about Signalist, but I'm also a big horror baby. Been watching someone play Signalist, and it's so good. It's not. What do you mean it's not scary horror? So it's not like jump scare horror. So it's like, oh my god. Is it more like? I hate to say that because it's not really how it started, but I guess it's more like Resident Evil horror, where it's violent things happening, and like Resident Evil is not Resident Evil 4, let's say 4 for instance, Resident Evil 4 and Five Nights at Freddy's, they're both horror, but they're different things, right? One of them is a very jump scare heavy sort of horror, and the other one is an atmospheric adventure, I would say, for Resident Evil. Imagine classic Resident Evil, but it's actually scary and good. See, classic Resident Evil I thought was kind of scary. We also weren't kind of... I would argue also that when we go back to classic Resident Evil, we weren't used to that kind of scary yet. We didn't have... I feel like in the horror genre, and in any genre really, we didn't have that kind of immersion. Even if I thought original Resident Evil was hokey, which was it kind of was meant to be, but it was still kind of scary, right? You still had like you'd run around the hall and the dogs would jump through the window and scared the hell out of me. 1000 Door HD looks really good. I can't help but be sad if they have it locked. That's a question I've seen. So I've seen some people start bringing up about the frame rate. Another Nintendo news, supposedly Nintendo sent a DMCA against Nintendo mods that are downloadable for Gary's mod. There's also a decent portion of it that says it's a troll mimicking Nintendo, as the domain link isn't actually the same as Nintendo's domain link, so that's a weird situation. Just more people trying to stir up trouble. Just more, Aram, more of the reason that I try my best to not jump on things unless there's actual confirmation. And looking at the footage, it does look to be 30 FPS. Has any Metroid game been a launch title? No. I don't believe so. Has any Zelda game been a launch title though? Were there any launch Zelda games? I think Prime 1 has launch window for GameCube. I think it was within like the first year. I think Prime 1 was within the first year. I can't wait that long for Prime. It's not Ooga Booga jump scary zombie violence. It's a lot of atmosphere and Yes, it's like psychological horror. Signalist, would you say Doki Doki Literature Club? The way when that game really ramps it up. Is it like that sort of horror? Which is so funny to say Doki Doki Literature Club and be talking about a psychological horror. Like, even years later, it's still funny to think that. They fixed it. There's some little things here and there, but on PS5, it runs like a dream with no issues. I'm still getting used to the gun combat. The driving is really good, and I'm interested in where the story goes. For Resident Evil 1 to 3 horror and Resident Evil 4 scary is also... Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm wondering, if it's like scary or if it's horror. Resident Evil is a close comparison. It's not bloody horror either. It's hard to explain. Yeah, so it's psychological horror. Breath of the Wild, yes, but Breath of the Wild was the first one. So I'm saying that Metroid Prime is going to be like that. Twilight Princess was not. That was not a launch title for the GameCube and Wii. Unless it was Twilight Princess. When did the Wii come out and when did Twilight Princess come out? Because I don't remember that being a launch title, launch window. I don't remember that being a day one. The Twilight Princess wasn't a day one launch for the Wii, was it? Was it really a day one launch for the Wii? I didn't know that. I actually didn't know that. I didn't get a Wii. That's crazy how long it took me to play Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess was launched for the Wii. That's wild, because I didn't get if I'd have known that, I probably would have gotten a Wii sooner. It's funny how even my unconscious mind knew that I didn't have to play it at launch because it was mid. That's kind of amazing. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't realize that. And that's actually, that's a good example that you bring that up. That you bring up Twilight Princess as a launch title window, because what else is Twilight Princess famous for? Being a cross-platform game. Twilight Princess is often very known for the fact that there was the Wii version and the GameCube version, and that the whole flip-flop thing where they mirrored the whole game for the Wii version. So Metroid Prime, using that as an example, Metroid Prime 4 would still fit into that mold, in that it is a cross-platform game. It is a cross-gen game, I guess I would say. Like Doki Doki. Well, Doki Doki, because if you play Doki Doki Literature Club, like, sorry if I'm spoiling this game for anybody. I feel like at this point you would have heard it just through osmosis. Doki Doki Literature Club is like a psychological horror game. Like, when you get to a certain point and the game stops being cutesy, it really starts to mess with you. Like the way, like, the audio starts to sort of glitch out and the visuals would glitch out and stuff, and then the story itself is just sort of horrid as like the things that happen. Horrid's probably the wrong word, but it's terrible. Like, the things that happen in that game are really, really brutal. For Doki Doki Literature Club. So that's a game that I would easily call psychological horror. I would absolutely call it that. Twilight Princess is a launch title for North America. Left the chat, but actually went nowhere because he's still here. Is this gamers' outrage that their game isn't 4K paper particle ray tracing nonsense? No, I mean, I've if you're talking about the FPS stuff, I've been an FPS snob for a little while. I've been very quick to, I've been very, again, this is something that we always talk about, but I'm very quick and very open about the fact that I think 30 FPS is totally playable, but I think they should be aiming for 60. I think that most games should be aiming for 60. I would argue that a lot of games don't need it, but the idea that you're going to save development by cutting it down to 30, I'm never a fan of that. I always think that 60 should be the target at this point. I think we've been targeting 60 across the board long enough that we shouldn't be holding back development for that. Unless it's something like very specific that works with a low frame rate, right? Because then that's not a development limitation. That is, you're doing it on purpose. Metro Dread was technically a Switch OLED launch title. Yeah, that's Ronan beat me to it there. That's a bit of a stretch, right? Thousand Year Remake is so cool. They legit listen. To the frame rate thing, and I've seen 1,000 Year Door tells me it's running. The video is running at 30, and I think that's kind of what's throwing everybody off. But we don't know anything about the game yet, so that's, I'm fine with that. I went at 60 because the OG was at 60 and ran buttery smooth. You're talking about Signalist. From what I've seen, it's PS1 Resident Evil and Silent Hill. See, Silent Hill's probably Silent Hill. I guess that might be a better example. Like Silent Hill, I don't know. I mean, yeah, Silent Hill wasn't as much jump scary as it was incredibly atmospheric, right? That was the thing with Silent Hill. Silent Hill was the game that scared the hell out of me when a cat jumped out of a locker, because I was already so afraid of the environment. So Silent Hill did that. But I don't know if I guess you could technically call Silent Hill psychological. I'm thinking specifically of the first one and maybe the second one too. I guess you could call them psychological horror, but it's not the same. Like I feel like it's environmental horror. I would call that environmental horror, where the environment of the game is what's putting you on edge, right? The sights, the fogginess so that you can't see everything. The audio is kind of weird, and there's always this sort of grinding, right, kind of going on in your head. That to me is like environmental horror. Then there's like the jump scare horror, which I don't really think is interesting. Action horror, you're running around and oh my god, there's monsters there. Like somebody said, zombie horror. So yeah, and then there's psychological horror, where it's probably not the best. It's definitely not the most intense example. I would argue that something that was a bit that had psychological horror elements to it was Eternal Darkness on the GameCube. The idea that when your character was losing health and they were going mad, there were things that were meant to mess not with just the character. There were things designed to mess with you as the player. It said that your controller disconnected. It looked like your volume was going down. I think there was a thing that said that your game data was erased or something like that. Stuff that was your character's not going to understand that. That was meant to screw you up. And that's when I think of psychological horror. We're at a point in gaming where 60. It should be the standard. Saying nothing is shown makes you feel like it's running at 30. If it's affecting the quality. No, what I'm saying is that the video that they showed, I think the video is probably running at 30, or maybe there's something in the video maybe people saw, but honestly, I think it's just a question that people have. I haven't seen anybody accusing the game of that. I just hear people saying, I hope. I'm happy it's good. It's a good 30. There's some games where 30 looks bleh for some reason. Yeah, if it's a stable 30, my only problem with I'm not even gonna get into that. Kind of like that. Yeah, the scariness comes from trying to understand what is happening and the few people you interact with, both directly and indirectly. The cat was a reference to Schrodinger's cat. Is it dead or alive? All I know is the locker that it was in was full of blood, or the other locker was. I feel the load times were affected. Heard from the 1,000 year. That's the one thing I haven't seen. I haven't seen anything about about people that have previewed the game yet. I saw Nintendo Life put up a video about it, but I'm kind of hesitant as to what I want to watch. As it's funny because for as excited as I am to get information about it, this video that came out is what I wanted. I don't know that I want everybody telling me exactly what they played out of the game. I just needed a video I could use a video that's a little bit more of an overview. Let me know. And then we got to see, like, some of the stuff we got to see. There was one major thing that we got to see in the trailer, and then there was some stuff on the website. So if you go to the website, here, I'll actually do it myself. If you go to Nintendo's website and you look up 1,000 Year Door, they have a breakdown of the game. Why did you send me there? Okay, that's what I'm looking for. They have a thing that breaks some of the game down and like some of the stuff, and they talk about a bunch of features or a small handful of features that are going to be in the game. Might have just been able to do the difference, or people there just can't compare how long they are compared to the original. Eternal Darkness was very unique when it came to its approach to psychological horror. And yeah, and the game, like Eternal Darkness itself wasn't a psychological horror game, but it had these elements to it that were meant to screw with you. I would love to see a second one. I would love to see an Eternal Darkness 2, like modern made, where they really go off on that stuff. Like imagine you play, like, check this out. Imagine you're playing Eternal Darkness and you get a text message because you're playing on your account that's connected to your Nintendo account, and if you have a phone number, or if you have an email address attached to it, imagine something happens in the game and you get a text message or you get an email notification from, like, while you're playing the game. There's a lot you can do with the level of connectivity that we have nowadays. If assuming you're okay with it, there's a lot you could do with a modern Eternal Darkness 2. It is insane. Your character can just start drifting. I mean, there's a lot you can do there. Yeah, look at you. Hang on. Everything I see makes me happy. What's this? If it's pretty FPS versus the previous 60 FPS, it's still a downgrade. Yeah. Just for Giggle, Gretchen play My Friendly Neighborhood. It's Resident Evil with Dollar Store Jim Henson Muppet. Didn't we play that? Did we play something like that? We didn't play that for Halloween, did we? GVG put out a video too, and from their playtime, there are some new NPCs for better. Yeah, well, they added some stuff about tutorial. Like, I have the Nintendo page here open, so I'm gonna look at that and I'll read that stuff to you. I'd say watch nothing at this point because we're getting close to its release. Anything could feel like a spoiler. You're not wrong, because somebody was describing the forest. Remember the forest area? It's like the black and white forest. Somebody was describing part of that, and I immediately thought, oh man, I guess I kind of would like to have seen that the first time myself. So, yeah, it does kind of feel. That's why I think that a curated video like the one we saw today was fine. I think unrestrained information from videos, like from content creators that got to play it early, I think that might be a little bit too much of what I want. I think they're gonna talk about their amazement over every little thing, and those are probably the things that I want to discover. Whereas some of the stuff that was in the video, I don't need to have discovered some of that stuff. Eternal Darkness Freak Out don't work quite as well when the technology is evolved. Yeah, exactly. Like we've gotten kind of past, like, you're not going to believe Eternal Darkness doesn't really sell you on its theming when it says your memory card was removed, you know? So I think you would need to modernize a lot of those things, but I feel like you could go crazy with an Eternal Darkness game. Imagine a game telling you that you suck. I mean, I got a mirror for that. Yeah, like seeing your monitor restarting. I think that there's a lot you could do there with a modern Eternal Darkness. Signalless enemy positions are very telegraphed, and you very rarely get jump scared by them, which is good. I can't stand jump scares. The way they're scary is mostly because you have to sink in resources to get rid of them, and you need to decide between either trying to go maneuver around them, or try to fight them, or try to just run for it. You know what kind of works that way? And again, the presentation of the game kind of killed it a little bit in that regard. Illbleed had that. Illbleed had this thing where you had your senses that you can use in order to detect traps and which were, I mean, you can call them jump scares, but they were the most telegraphed things ever. But you had to also spend a resource in order to do that. And then sometimes you would get into fights and you had to decide whether or not you wanted to try and beat them up or you wanted to try and run. And I think for the most part, you were trying to beat them up so that you could run. Like you were always trying to do enough damage so that you could escape the fight. SGB did not play that for Halloween. Elliot streamed it at Haunted Arcade. That's what I remember. Okay. And RA in Japan would just be Onimusha. You're not entirely wrong there. To be fair, whenever Nintendo does show us everything, we're sad they showed us so much. And normally I am, but for Thousand Year Door, I want all the information. But again, I want information. I want you to tell me what features are being added. I want you to tell me what modes you're adding. You know, if you're going to add a music mode, art gallery and stuff. Like, that's what I want to hear. I don't want you to tell me that when you walk into this area, they overhaul the graphics and you can see all of these things, right? There's twinkling lights everywhere and there's stuff moving. Like, I want to discover that. That's the sort of thing I want to discover. But when it comes to like game information, game modes, new features, quality of life updates, I don't mind. I want a video for that. I want a video for that. Sometimes I don't, but for Thousand Year Door, I really do. I just want the game. That's the problem. So I'll take whatever. Ooh, Fatal Frame. That's a good, you know what's crazy? I talk about how I don't typically like those games. I enjoyed the first, I didn't beat it, but I enjoyed the first Fatal Frame. Thousand Year Door overview does spoil a lot. Well, not the video. I didn't think that the video spoiled a lot. I think it spoiled a lot. Well, let's see, no, I it's hard for me to even say that. I think it spoiled maybe some things. I don't think it spoiled anything, to be honest with you. As far as story goes, like for somebody that has played it before, I don't think it spoiled anything. For someone that hasn't played it before, I think it's this situation where you saw a lot, but you don't have context for any of it. Right? Oh, you have a thing where you play as Bowser, you have a thing where you play as Peach, but you have no context for it. So if you did play the game, then it's not really a spoiler. If you didn't play the game, you don't know what all of that means. So Bob Gamers getting angry about Gary's mod and DMCA. If we had Nintendo's lawyers work ethic in the gov, we would get. Yes, I mean, we don't know what the situation with that thing is, so I can't really, I wouldn't really comment on that because we don't even know. Like, I could sit here, and we can have a whole discussion about Nintendo and DMCA and blah blah blah, and then we find out that it wasn't even Nintendo, and then the whole discussion feels like it's nonsense. The zombies would say "Boku no Sangre." It's better to appeal to classic fans. See, and it's better to appeal to classic fans and show what we know rather than be super coy about the base game. Okay. Paper Luigi and the Waffle King. Yeah, like that. If they were to tell me, by the way, in addition to the game, there's going to be another mode of Paper Luigi and the Marvelous Compass or in the Waffle Kingdom or something, I wouldn't care. I would not sit there and say, oh my God, I wanted to be surprised by that. No, I want you to tell me everything I'm supposed to be excited about. That's what I want. From Nintendo in a curated format. There you go. I want to know about features. I don't want to know how I'm supposed to feel about everything. And I think that's what YouTubers and content creators and people who get early previews, I think that's the fundamental difference in what they do. It's one thing to say there's a new game mode. It's another thing to say this game mode feels, you know what I mean? One of those is opinion based on the emotion and the impact that it has on you, and that's sort of different. I think I think a flat, cold detail of there's an art gallery, I'm fine with that. That's the kind of information I want to know. Paper Luigi and the Waffle King, I'm down with that. Kind of ruins the joke of it if it was actually, yeah, it does kind of ruin. It does kind of like, it ruins the joke. But I mean, Marcos, someday, 20 years from now, the joke about Silk Song will be ruined because the game actually came out. I mean, maybe. Let's say 25 years, just to be safe. One more because we played the OG game. Yeah, and that's why. That's why I want it, because I want it. Can we watch our stream? I missed it. Oh, the Nintendo video. I don't know. Should we watch that? Should we watch that on stream? How's Sage? He's good. He's over there asleep, being annoying as always. Well, he's asleep now. He's not annoying when he's asleep. It's the anime opening spoiler issue. Yeah, people will watch an anime intro and say, "Oh my god, they showed so much." But if you're new to the show, you have no idea what any of it means. Why did they show all of those characters? What characters? I have no idea who they are. You don't even know if they're going to be relevant. Spoiler. It was about if you haven't played the game, but for classic fans, it's a trip down memory lane. Not showing off much is changed, showing off how much has changed visually. Do you feel that way when we saw the features for 7 Rebirth? Yeah, I'm fine with that. I was fine with that. What I'm not a fan of, I would argue that the one time that I'm really not a fan of it is something like Pokemon. I don't mind the Pokemon overview trailers that they do when they talk about all of the new features of the game. What I have a problem with is when they show all of the Pokemon. And that's sort of kind of what I'm talking about. When you tell me that there's going to be Gigantamaxing or you're going to be able to ride your Pokemon or something, I have no problem with that. Those are fundamental features of the game. And sure, you'll have an emotion about how you feel about that, but that's a feature of the game. I have no problem with that. But part of Pokemon is the discovery of Pokemon, like of the actual creatures. So when you show like 80% of them before the game comes out, I'm not a big fan of that. I don't like that. I want to discover them for myself. I want to see a Pokemon and say, "Oh my god, that's so cool looking." Not, I remember that from the trailer. But features for the game, yeah, I'm fine with it. So like Rebirth, yeah, if you tell me, "Oh, Rebirth, you're going to be able to do this and you're going to be able to do that," I'm like, "Yeah, that's great." There's going to be chocobo riding, and there's going to be in the chocobo. I'm fine with that. That's totally okay. We're adding more games to the Gold Saucer. Okay, that's good. Kind of one for the Dory there. Make the inventory. I'd be down to see it again. This game mode feels tacked on, like Bowser's Jr. Oh, you're talking about like a Marvelous Compass sort of thing, like the Paper Luigi game. From what I can find about it, the Gmod thing happens to be a copyright troll, but it might be real. Yeah, so when we get information one way or the other. Pokemon Sun and Moon spoiled 90% of its Pokedex. Yeah, so that's like, those aren't features, right? When you spoil the Pokemon, that's part of the adventure. That's part of looking around and finding things. So that's a weird thing to spoil. That's something that I wouldn't want spoiled. But telling me there's going to be a bicycle. Oh, we're bringing back the bicycle for your character to ride. That's not a spoiler. Nintendo, I mean, it's a spoiler in the sense that they're giving you information, but that's something I'm fine with. I'm okay with that. Nintendo was super bad with Xenoblade spoilers for their trailers for 2. They got better about it with 1 remaster and 3. Game seems to be locked and appealing to older Paper Mario fans. Because it's showing a lot of things that a new player is going to be like, "Oh, that's all the party members all in one trailer." Which it kind of wasn't. Part of the OG fun was discovering it. I don't know about that. It doesn't ruin anything, but it shows who they're focusing on. I don't know. I feel like back in the day when Paper Mario Thousand Year Door came out, I remember seeing tons of print ads with the different characters in it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I remember seeing all of that stuff. So I don't know if I would say that. Again, the problem is you're saying that, but there's a lot of context that you don't have. Sure, you can see them all, but there's their storyline. You know, each of those companions has a story attached to them. There's a whole event that goes with them. So just seeing them doesn't really spoil anything because you have no idea what it is about them. You have no idea what's going on with them. Pokemon, you just look at that, right? The story with Pokemon is that you walked around and caught one. You know what I mean? The story with Madame Flurry or Bobbery, that's an intricate story that you don't, just seeing the character, you don't know what any of that means. But with data mines, you can usually avoid. When it's the company themselves, it's harder, as you still want to see the trailers. Oh wait, that's what I'm going to spoil because the games got hacked and all the we're not counting data mines. We're talking about actual informational reveals. We're not talking about hackers, and I'm not giving hackers any credit for anything. I'm not going to sit there and say, oh my god, because Nintendo Game Freak didn't spoil Pokemon games because of hackers, right? Hackers did that. I think the only Pokemon from Gen 7 I wasn't privy to was the Araquanid line, Alolan Geodude line, and Delmise. Yeah, Gold, that's my problem, is that when YouTube starts doing that, which, you know, the whole spoiler thing is always kind of up in the air. It seems like if it's a Star Wars thing or it's something anime, everybody's really hardcore about it. And then X-Men 97, an episode of X-Men 97 goes up, and within hours, I've got spoiler thumbnails showing me the main character and telling me why their plot didn't work. Like, and you know what's crazy? I'm getting that, and I've said this before. I'm getting that from people that I follow that are comic book channels. It's like, why are you doing that? Why you, somebody who is in a story medium, why would you do that? It's so irritating. These Sonic games get leaked almost all the time. Captain America clip. No, it was a different character, but I think the other week it was like Mr. Sinister. I didn't watch X-Men 97 yet, so it was like somebody had a thing about Mr. Sinister, and I was just like, why are you saying all of this stuff? Why would you do that? I had something spoiled for X-Men 97 discussion for Deadpool and Wolverine. Why would you do that? I haven't seen it. I don't have Disney Plus right now. Hey, Gonzalez too. Say I don't agree with the out of context because, for example, spoiler images for 7 Rebirth. I didn't have context, but we all agreed it was super lame to have to deal with because I spent the rest of the game waiting for it to drop. But I do agree the trailer wasn't a massive. But then when you see that in context, you understand, like you didn't, like you were waiting for it, but when it happened, you were still involved in the story. You still understood that, oh, okay, this is the thing that's going on. Did it feel ruined? You know what I mean? Like it didn't feel ruined. It was just like, oh, I remember that from the trailer. And yeah, it does kind of do that. It does kind of take away some of the sting of it. But for the most part, I don't think that they spoiled anything. Watching them, we can do that. We can watch the Paper Mario trailer. I don't think that it spoiled anything. Kind of was a big moment. Let me see here. Paper Mario. Ooh, gotta move that. There we go. Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door. Frontiers got leaked. Sonic X Shadow Generations got leaked, and now there's another rumor going around that a sequel to Frontiers. I saw that. I didn't think that was a rumor. Did they say that it's a sequel to 1,000-Year Door? Did they say that it was a sequel to Frontiers, or is it just the next Sonic game? Because if it is Frontiers 2, I can't wait for them to change 80% of what worked in that game. I can't wait. I'm very excited. Then trying to overspoil. I think if you're a newer Paper Mario fan, it did spoil some stuff that would have been nice. I don't know. We'll watch it now, but I really don't think it spoiled anything really. And I am trying to watch it as I was trying to think of it as if you're new to Paper Mario, would this have been a spoiler? And I feel like having the context of a lot of these things made me look at it and say, no, I don't think that was a spoiler. Okay. Oh wait, before anything else, where's my Gonzalesu? Not new to 1,000 Year Door. Well, I mean, if you're new to 1,000 Year Door or 64, hold on. Ah, Gonzalesu, ore wa tsuyoi, ore ika ara shiruba pointo. It's more visual spoiler, but that's probably more. Yeah, and gold, and that's why I'm saying like you have to remove yourself from the context. If you don't know what it is, all you saw was a bunch of interest. When you watch a trailer for something, when you watch a trailer for a movie or a TV show or an anime or a game, don't you want to see interesting characters? Don't you want to see things that make you say, "Ooh, what's that? Ooh, who's that character? Ooh, this environment looks great." You want to see new things. We think that they're spoilers because we understand the context, and when we see Bobbery, we remember that whole sequence. We remember where you are. We remember what you were doing, and we have this entire image in our head. Whereas if you are not familiar with the game, you say, cool character. Who's that? And that's it. You don't say anything more than that. The next time you watch a trailer for something that you are 100% unfamiliar with, ask yourself, does that all feel like a spoiler? Or does that just feel like you were introduced to a whole bunch of things and you're supposed to be asking, what is that? You know, trust me, there are some bad trailers out there. That Terminator, I think it was the 5th Terminator movie trailer, basically gave you the whole movie. It gave you the entire plot, it gave you a plot synopsis of the entire movie. And I asked somebody I asked people, I think I did it here. I said, for people who have seen the movie, is this basically the plot in the movie? And everybody said yes. The trailer told you everything. It gave you a bunch of scenes in a timeline order of what was happening. It was just like, are you insane? Why would you do that? For me, my friends, discovering the party members was part of the magic, but you're still discovering them. Seeing them isn't the same thing. I think I personally think you're overemphasizing what it does visually. I think people are misunderstanding what a trailer is supposed to do, and a trailer is supposed to get you excited about the thing. And the way you get people excited about the thing is you show them a bunch of cool stuff and you make them ask, what is that? Who is that? What is this environment? You could argue that when you go to the forest the first time, the black and white forest, that you're stealing the wonderment of people because you showed it in the trailer. But realistically, what the trailer does is they look at it and they say, that's a cool looking area. I can't wait to get there. That's what the trailer is supposed to do. I mean, if everything's a spoiler, how are you supposed to tell anybody about your product? How are you supposed to tell? Isn't it a spoiler to say the 1,000-year door because so there's a 1,000-year door that someone's trying to open? Is that a spoiler? Are we yelling at Nintendo because how dare they spoil the game by telling us the name of it? You see what I mean? Like there's a point where you have to allow them to say something. Something making a running thing to tell you the entire plot up front. Mission Impossible. The intro from that tells you the whole story of the movie and even shows a lot of pivotal moments. But a lot still don't know it. Yeah, Terminator. It was kind of egregious. Terminator was pretty bad. That was a pretty rough one with that movie. It's not a big deal, massive spoiler, but I didn't understand what's on. Yeah, but at that point, you know, at a certain point, you're nitpicking about spoilers. At a certain point, you're complaining because, oh my God, they said the name of the game. Now I have an idea of what it is, right? Oh no, they spoiled Mario is missing by telling me that Mario is missing. Yeah, the discovery, exactly. The discovery comes from the writing, from learning about the characters and learning about the situations and the humor that's involved. And of course the gameplay. I mean, for everything that you talk about visually seeing it, none of that actually involves playing the game. All right. So let me switch to that. All right. So this is hopefully the volume's not too loud. It should be okay. This is the new video. So this was the sort of I think they call it an overview trailer, but I don't know that I would actually call it an overview trailer. I don't think that it was as specific as a lot of overview trailers are. You can kind of glean some information from this. And then there's the webpage. Let me get to the page here. Then I have if you go to Nintendo's website on like the pre-order page for the game, there's some information there that is, it's technically not in the overview trailer, but you can I'll explain to you in a minute. You're telling me Superman 4 is on a quest for peace? Oh my God. I can't believe. Wait, so Stone. So those three people with from Krypton with his powers in the second movie, are you telling me they're Superman 2? Yeah, Marcos, I never played this game myself. All I saw was cool locations and visually distinct characters. It felt like nothing was spoiled. It felt like a trailer. It felt like you're supposed to be interested in what you saw. All right, this is the video. Did that not play? Hold on, the Skeletor. There we go. Okay, I wasn't sure if that played or not.
What?
Spoiler, it was a sled from when he was a kid. What does it say? I saved you 2 long boobless hours. Who will win, Goku or Frieza? Find out on tomorrow's episode. Frieza defeated. God damn it. That's a good example. That's great. All right. So this is the 1,000-Year Door overview trailer. I'm very excited. Very excited. I mean, I've already watched it, so I'm gonna let it play through first, and then we'll pick it apart.
It's Mario.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He looks so great. I love the thickness. I love the foam board sort of thickness.
Storybook on an epic paper adventure.
It looks so good. It's bright and colorful, but they muted it enough so that the paper aesthetic really stands out.
One terrific
What's the other one?
Mario receives a letter from Princess Peach. And a treasure map?
Cybermen attack.
Mario
Yeah, I'm just
immediately books it to find the legendary treasure and a now missing princess. Let the tale begin!
You will never convince me that making the whole world out of paper was a bad idea. You'd never.
The towns, the forests, the locals. Yep, everything's made of paper. Each colorful location boasts its own unique flavor and a tapestry of challenges. The versatile Mario can slip through tight gaps and turn into a paper plane to glide through the air. Looks like he's making that paper
so good.
work.
Paperwork.
You'll also get to play as Princess Peach. And Bowser. With
Well, what if it
pretty
rains?
unusual
Hey, Nephilim.
adventures of their own. Partner up with Goombella, an upbeat archaeologist in the making who provides valuable insight. The shy yet determined Koops.
Coops.
Who can
Love you,
ram
Coops.
enemies and
You
with his
put a
ship.
Koopa Troopa in a hoodie, and I'm all in.
And the rather dramatic
Jiggle physics. Jiggle
who
physics.
can conjure wind to send things flying.
The
Other
beauties.
partners with vivacious
Sorry, spoiler.
personalities will also join the party. Swap partners when the situation calls for it, and use their abilities to progress on
That-
your journey.
Okay, I'm trying not to stop things, but
Enemies include a mysterious organization also hunting for the treasure, as well as a fearsome dragon, an egotistical wrestling champ,
yay!
plenty of other characters lurking in the shadows.
No one spoil his name.
Bump into an enemy on the field, and a turn-based battle will begin in a theater? Anyway, when it's your turn, you'll select a move to perform.
Haha.
Most moves require doing an action command. You might press or mash the buttons shown on screen, among other actions. Perform an action command with good timing, and you might get a better outcome. The audience will also cheer for you, and seats will gradually fill up. Impress the audience to earn star power, allowing you to unleash special moves. Use them for
The most
example,
OP
to deal
moves,
loads of
if you know how to use them and you know how to do the stylish stuff. They didn't show the stylish jumping.
Equip badges you find during your travels to gain benefits from Mario and his partners. You can also use fire flowers and POW blocks, among other familiar and peculiar items. And during battle, stage props can fall, or the audience might throw stuff. So try not to get torn up in all the chaos.
Good lord.
Roll up to the Pianta Parlor.
There is style. Yeah, I figured there would be, but yeah. Spoiler alert: there's stylish jumps.
Paper abilities.
Okay, I'm not stopping anything, but I want to go back through everything.
100 trials. Battle waves of enemies to reach the 100th floor. Find star pieces and shine sprites to unlock galleries.
Yeah, I guess it really is an overview trailer. It's just I sort of like what we were talking about. Like I know a lot of this information, but for somebody who's new, this is a lot of overview.
With surprises around every fold. It's impossible, unbelievable, even.
Oh, looks great.
Well then, you'd best be prepared for one page-turning
Hey.
adventure.
See, look at how interesting the Toad designs are. Aren't they adorable?
The Paper Mario, the 1,000-year door game. Available May 23rd on the Nintendo Switch system. Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop.
Okay. So now I'm gonna go back to the beginning here. So
it's Mario, and he's paper.
paper. Hold on. Did I pre-order? I did. I pre-ordered mine. It better be there the morning of. I'm gonna throw a fit if it's not. You couldn't swap party member. No, so we'll go over everything. No, you could not. You had to go into the menu and swap them. There was no quick swap. I think there was a button you could probably hit, but no, I don't think there was. I think you had to go into the menu and swap them. Stone, don't ask. All right, spoilers. If I'm correct, Paper Mario games is a pretty serious story. They do. They actually do tend to have some pretty like intense moments. The D-pad. Yeah, but not as quick as like that wheel sort of thing that they showed. All right, hold on.
Our hero and his allies open the storybook on an epic paper adventure in
Woohoo!
Paper Mario, the 1,000.
Oh, wait. Okay. Did it always show all of them together? I know that's going to be dumb, but did it always show all of them in this scene right here? I don't remember it showing all of the companions that you had up to that point. It didn't, right? It sort of had them like it had whoever you had out, or it was just Mario. Yeah, quick partner. Okay.
Paper Mario.
All right, I wanted to look at this image just to make sure. So there's nothing new here, right? You got the X-Nauts, you got what's his face, Goombella, Goombella, right? Goombella? Yeah, okay. Apparently made the entire cast show up in more scenes, which is great because now it feels, now it's party based.
Terrific day.
Okay.
Mario receives a letter from Princess Peach.
There's one thing I will, if I have any gripes, there's a couple of them. Well, there's a couple of moments of the same gripe. There's something about the lighting I think that they dulled in certain spots to really like it's sort of like I said with the coloring where it dulls the coloring a little bit so that it sells more of the paper aesthetic. But I do think that that kind of works against the game at some points. There are a few moments. There's one moment very much in particular that I was like, for some reason I remember that looking better in the original game. I don't think we ever saw the back sprite in their back sprite in the rotating scene. That's a good question. I don't remember if we did see that or not.
Princess. Let the tale begin.
Okay, so this is a good example right here. So look at how everything looks. Look at the characters. Look at their coloring, right? Look at Mario right there. And then, so this coloring is, I would argue that if they were colored exactly like this, it would probably look a little bit better. I think it would look better compared, like it would look more like the original game. I think if the coloring was a little flatter like this. I absolutely love what they did with the new one because it does sell me the paper more. It sells me that. But this, I think, probably aesthetically would have been a bit more bright and colorful, and I think would have been a little bit better. Again, isn't that the light? No. I would say that's the actual coloring on them. I kind of wish it looked like this, but I really don't care that it looks the other way. You know what I mean? Like, I like the way I like how the other way looks. Because that looks flat, and the way it is there, the way it is in the game, looks textured. And I like, see, there's something about it, it looks like a little more texture to it.
Everything's made of paper. Each colorful
and yeah, and to be fair, Stone, you are kind of right about that. A lot of what we're seeing in the game is environments like this where it looks kind of it looks like it could be a little dark. So I'd be curious to see what like really bright sequences look like. But I have no problem with it. Yeah, Gold, exactly. This feels more like Color Splash did. And I loved Color Splash's graphics. For whatever you want to say about the gameplay, the graphics in that game I think were incredible. I have always shouted how much I love the graphics in that game. Probably one of the best looking Wii U games. If I had to go out on a limb, like if I had to put myself out there, I would argue that Color Splash was probably one of the best looking Wii U games.
Its own unique flavor and a tapestry of challenges.
Hold on.
Boasts its own unique flavor and a tapestry of challenges. The versatile Mario can slip through tight gaps and turn into a paper plane to glide through the
Origami
air.
King. See, it's crazy. I don't know that I thought Origami King looked as good as Color Splash. Maybe it's just because I had already seen something that looks like it in Color Splash, in Origami King, you know?
You'll also get to play as Princess Peach
Yay!
and Bowser.
They added a ton of new sprites for Mario and the entire cast. There's one sprite that I need to see. Actually, no, I think that was 64. See, yeah, look again. Look at how much smoother everything is here, and I feel like that would look more like the original game, which I think was just, you know, it wasn't going to be as textured on the GameCube, but I like the texture more. Like, the texture's more important. But yeah, she's not as bright. Like, if you see Goombella right there, she's not as bright. But then here, they look... there, it looks better. So yeah, it probably is the lighting.
And the rather dramatic Madame Fleury, a retired actress who can conjure wind to send things flying. Other
maybe on the Switch Pro.
Personalities will also join the party.
What's that? We did not see the badge in the museum scene. Maybe he already picked it up. spoilers. If I remember that sequence correct, spoilers.
Swap partners when the situation calls for it, and you.
So this wheel thing wasn't in the original. I think there was a button that on the D-pad you hit it and then it opened up the menu to pick them. So this is going to be like a selection wheel. So this is probably left and right on the D-pad. I actually really like this. I think this is a great idea.
Use their abilities
because there are moments where you're swapping back and forth kind of quickly. Yeah, the D-pad opened up a menu to pick them, and now it looks like it might be a wheel.
A mysterious organization.
Yeah, they might still have that menu if you want to use it that way, but I would like a quick, a quick thing.
Wrestling champ, and plenty of other characters lurking in the shadows.
Your cardboard refrigerator.
Bump into an enemy on the field, and a turn-based battle will begin in a theater? Anyway, when it's your turn, you'll select a move.
By the way, hold on. I haven't actually brought this up up until now. By the way, I really like the voice actor or the commentator, narrator guy for this. I think that it's a lot of fun. I think that he's got a lot of energy. I know that it feels like that sort of like he's overacting, he's overselling the amazingness of it all. But for the record, he's not overselling the amazingness of it all. This game is amazing, but I like the guy. So when you play this, it's going to be a safeguard. Was this a safeguard only playthrough? What do you mean? Oh, super guard only play. Oh, what do you mean? Like the blocking and stuff? Oh, it's going to be it's going to be just the way I always play games, which is however I like. This improvement in swapping partners doesn't have that weird hiccup that always happened when you swap partners in the OG game. Narrator feels like he's having a good time. I noticed a variance of the main battle theme. So there's a reason for that, Marcos. There's actually a reason for that they don't explain here. I wanted to narrate a Fire Emblem trailer just like this. By the way, they also did confirm that the one character, I think it was a Goomba, he does mention Fire Emblem as a series. That line is still in the game. Sorry, spoilers. It might actually be in the trailer. The picture of them saying that. It was a toad. Thank you. Yeah, it was a toad. I think that scene's in the trailer.
Other actions. Perform an action command with good timing, and you might get a better outcome. The audience will also cheer for you, and seats will gradually fill up. Impress the audience to earn star power, allowing you to unleash special moves. Use them for
I know stuff.
To deal loads of damage to enemies and turn the page a tide of battle. Equip badges.
Hold on. I wanted to see the badges that are on here. Damage. Fire. Okay. Hold on. Go back there.
Tide of battle.
Oh, that's for the froggy sound effects.
Equip
The attack FXG.
to gain benefits from Mario and his partners.
Making it a sports drink.
You can also use.
Okay, right here. This was the moment where I looked and I noticed and I felt like the lighting effects are a bit different. I feel like the fire. There's something about the fire that I'm not it was definitely better on the GameCube one, and I think that this is just like a design choice. I remember I saw this the first time when I watched it the first time. I was like, that looks. I don't like the way that looks. I mean, it's a fire flower. It's an item. It's one microscopic thing in an entire sea of amazement of this game. But it was something that I noticed, and I was like, oh, the lighting seems a bit weird. You know what it reminds me of? Remember the dynamic lighting for anybody that played Metroid Prime on the GameCube? Do you remember the dynamic lighting when Samus would fire and the beam, like the blast would go down the hall and it would light the walls, and then in remastered, it didn't do that? It's kind of like that. Like the entire rest of the game looks better, and there's that one thing that doesn't look better. It looked cooler in the original one, even if it's more realistic, right? Even if it's not so bright that it looks unrealistic, it still looked cooler in the GameCube one. Yeah, I think because it's a paper mache model rather than and that's sort of what's changing it, is that you have a more, and that's kind of what I was saying with the characters themselves, is that it's duller, so it's more realistic, and it sells you into the realism of the paper. And to me, I like that. I love that it's selling me the paper aesthetic. It's never gonna sound like Dan Green, Yami Yugi, and Knuckles.
Fire flowers and pow blocks, among other familiar and peculiar items. And during battle, stage props can fall.
I think they're brighter in the OG. That's what I mean. It's not as bright now, but it's more realistic in a sense. Okay, this was the one I wanted to ask you guys. How much of this is new? I didn't really play the games in the Pianta parlor. Was this is new, or the sliding mini game? I don't think that's new, but that. I mean, that's a throwback to Mario 3. This was in the OG. I never really did a lot in the parlor. And like this here. Yeah, I wasn't really sure about that when I saw it. My thought was like, was that in the original? I don't actually remember. That Shy Guy cutscene looked new. Which one? Was that here?
Roll up to the Pianta parlor. Match pictures.
Is that here, or was it further back? Sidechat want to post a picture of Fire Flower from Mario 64 and OG 1000-Year Door. So let me see this. Sidechat 1. Yeah, so maybe it's just that they're brighter. That's all it is. It's the fireballs specifically that I'm talking about. Oh, where the Shy Guy messes with the battle.
Or play mini games using Mario.
I guess that. Oh, when it goes to drop the thing down. When it goes to drop the thing. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right, because you would get the light that just falls on your head, but the Shy Guy running up from the crowd backstage and then dropping the thing on, like pulling the rope. You're right. That is new. It was a thing that happened in the original. Like you'd get the stage light that fell and bonked you on the head.
Of 100 trials, battle waves of enemies to reach the 100th floor. Find star pieces and
you'd never see the backstage sequence.
Where you can.
Oh wait, hold on. What was that?
Find star pieces and shine sprites to unlock.
Map sound gallery, art gallery. Okay.
Galleries where you can view concept art and listen to.
It said notes.
music.
I didn't remember the notes being there.
There's so much to explore with surprises around every fold. It's impossible, unbelievable.
Okay. Just now, I wonder if that's the shadow that's being cast down. Is that because of the sun, or is that because he's near a shine sprite? I don't know. I don't know.
Even.
The water, I love it. I think that's a new sequence. This right here, I don't remember if this was new or not. They're shine sprites and not just generic stars. Yeah, they were shine sprites, I think, in the OG. In the OG 1000-Year Door. In 64, I think they were just the moons or the little orbs or whatever. It's from the OG. It's just shot differently. Okay. Light source from Blender 3D be like.
Well then, you'd best be prepared for one pain. Turning adventure.
Spoilers.
The Paper Mario, the 23rd.
It's so good. I'm so excited. It's so good. I was afraid they might think the generic. I was afraid they might make things generic Mario rather than keeping the things that made it the GameCube era game. I think they knew people would lose their minds if they tried to change it. I think they knew 100% that people were going to be out of their minds if they had changed a bunch of stuff. So in addition to that, we got on the website, on Nintendo's website for the game, there's a whole breakdown. The nefarious X-Nauts are after the treasure behind. Like, there's a breakdown if you wanna leaf through that. It's just it's the inside cover for a book. Okay, so anyone who's not played this before are like, speaking. Didn't seem to like the new music. So, okay. So on the page, it says 20 years after the original game on Nintendo GameCube, this version for the Nintendo Switch system has revamped graphics, an updated soundtrack, and gameplay additions like updated quick travel pipes, fast travel. Thank you, fast travel. And a partner ring to swap characters in a jiffy. There are some additional improvements too. Visit the Battle Master if you need help with combat. Access a hint system if you're stuck. Equip the Nostalgic Tunes badge to play the original soundtrack. So that's why I was telling you to wait. If you didn't like the soundtrack, or if somebody was saying they didn't like the soundtrack, there's going to be a badge that you equip. And usually those badges, like the sound effect badges, they take 0 badge points. So it's just a matter of finding them. But there's going to be a badge that you can equip that will play the original music. So if you are someone who says, I don't like the new soundtrack, there's literally going to be an item that you can find to put on the original music. There was no fast travel. No. They had a pipe network system in the original game, but you still had to get to it. So I'm wondering if they're going to add something, if they're either just going to add more points to that, or if there's going to be some way to summon a pipe that gets you to a spot. But it was, even the fast travel that was in the game, it was a little bit spread out. So it was never really, it wasn't like, oh, I have to go from this area to that area. I've got to do all of this traveling. But it was more, I have to go from this area to that area. I have to travel back to the town. And then I can travel through. So I'm wondering if there is a better shortcut system, if they developed a more intricate pipework system so that you can get to the places you need to go to faster. Yeah, if they put all the pipes in one room, and maybe if there's an item that you can use that's like a golden pipe. If they added maybe a golden pipe item and that automatically takes you to the warp pipe room, it would be worth it to keep 1 or 2 of those on you. And then you can say, oh yeah, I need to fast travel here and there. Let me grab a couple of these, and then I warp back to the warp room rather than you warping directly and you have this whole complicated network. If they added like a gold pipe or something and it just warps you back to the warp room. Oh, I'm confirming that's what they did. Yeah, there's a screenshot of a new pipe room. Not all warp pipes were in that one room, no. I think what Dragoon is saying, I want to see that picture. I'd like to see that picture. But I think that's what Dragoon is saying, is that they did change it so that they are all in one. Because that's what I was saying, was like, there's a place that you can go and get to them, but they were in different rooms sort of adjacent to each other, so it was kind of obnoxious when you had to go back and forth. Super Mario did the same thing. It was just a toggle. They confirmed at the previous. Yeah, the badge cost 0. Yeah, I wouldn't even need that confirmed because I know that the original game did that. The sound effect badges, they were always 0 badge points. It was just a fun thing for you to have on, and I would always turn them all on so I get random noises. I've seen it all in one. Yeah, if you grab a picture, here you go. Is this the picture here? Yeah. So this is a good idea. Like, this is a really good idea to have this room here. It's in the Discord in Side Chat 1 if you want to see it. Hi, buddy. Hi. I'm not giving you treats. Not right now. Is that going to change the chapter 4? So the way this, if you look on the Discord picture, the way it looks like it might be something that you have to access from the other side. So it looks, and they've done this before, I think, with Paper Mario games. I think that's probably where they're getting this from. You still have to do the story thing to get you to the place, but then in the place, there will be another pipe that comes back to this room. So it won't be unlocked until you get there through the story. They've done that before. I think Color Splash did that. I'm almost sure Origami King did something similar, but I don't really remember Origami King too much for that aspect specifically. But yeah, the way this room is laid out, that looks like it's what it's going to be. Yeah, once you clear the world, the pipe unlock. Yeah, and then that's going to be the pipe to the town. I was about to say the name of the town, but like, yeah, but that looks like that's what it's going to be. And then you can see in the room, there are the yellow block and the stone block, so they will probably be blocked off by your item progression. You know, you're not going to be able to break them until you get the hammer, the proper hammer to do it. Hey, Executor. Yeah, overall, I'm just ridiculously excited for this game. I mean, you know, again, I didn't see anything in that trailer that made me concerned about anything. Holy smokes. Hey, Shade 1602, rating with a party of 5. Welcome everybody from Shade Stream. Hi, how are you doing? Wow, I don't think we've ever had a Shade raid. Shade raid? I don't think we've ever had a Shade raid before. Hello, Shade. I hope you're doing all right. I hope you're feeling well. Hope you're enjoying yourself. We were just talking about 1,000 Year Door. We watched the trailer again, twice. Just chatting about that. I hope everybody from Shade Stream is having a good day. I hope you're ready to hang out with us for a little bit if you are inclined to do so. And I hope you are fans of 1,000 Year Door, because I am. I am. Don't you also want to be correct? You know, and love the 1,000 Year Door like the rest of us do? Hey Jim, thanks so much. 90 stream streak. Apologies for not saying much. I'm resting my leg. It's sprained. Oh, you sprained your leg? No. And today was a holiday. Today was a holiday? What holiday? I don't know. What holiday? Well, Trios, I figured at least you're here hanging out with us before Final Fantasy 16, which we'll get started in a second here. The Paper Mario video is the only thing I really had to discuss. Had a really good stream. Played Stardew and drew road time. I saw you posting those pictures of the little tubby mons. You got to give me a let me know. Tag me in it when you do a chubby Absol. Yeah, chubby Absol. Come on, that just sounds adorable. Its belly is too big, so its legs are just it's like wobbly. I don't think I sprained my leg for at least 18. The only time I ever sprained anything, I think I sprained my ankle one time. And it wasn't like go to the doctor because, you know, that costs money. It was, I stayed off my ankle for 2 days. Paper Mario overview video. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. Speaking of broken and sprained limbs, it wasn't until 7 Remake that made me realize that Yuffie didn't break her arms and was wearing a cast. Oh, in Iceland, it's the first day of summer, which is a major cost for summer. Really? I guess the seasons would be timed a bit differently there. That's kind of interesting. I think about Trios. I'm not gonna lie, you just kind of blew my mind here. I think about places where summer and winter are reversed, like when we're having winter, they're having summer, and vice versa. But I guess I never really thought about a quarter of a way around the world, you would have it would be skewed a little bit over, where we're starting spring, you're starting summer, or somebody else is probably starting fall. I never really thought about that. And now I go find food because I haven't eaten yet today, at least eaten proper. Thank you so much, Shade. Thank you for stopping in. I very much appreciate it. And Shade, let me know if you draw Paper Mario characters, or you draw people in the Paper Mario art style. Just asking for a friend because I consider myself a friend to me. Has anyone seen the new Hunter x Hunter? That's Hunter x Hunter, right? A Hunter x Hunter fighter. You guys were talking about it in Discord, and I looked at the video of it. It looks kind of wild. I'm looking at this video here. Let me see. So this is a video, like crazy. This is crazy combos. My only problem with this, let me tell you what my problem with this is. There's a skill gap. And I am immediately already not good enough to play this game. Watching, if you watch this video 3 times, you're probably already better at it than me. Iceland is actually green, and Greenland is actually ice. Iceland is catfishing the earth. Being your own friend is a healthy mental step. False advertising. Man, the graphics look kind of bad. Woke, we are so back. I think it looks good. I think the game looks pretty decent. The new Hunter x Hunter game. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna feel. Like, I feel like with a fighting game, how it feels is vastly more important. But I think it looks really cool. The other problem is I just don't know anything about Hunter x Hunter. Other than that kid that you see in the video, that's Killua, right? The gray-haired kid, that's the one that's Killua. Yeah. The thing I've heard about Hunter x Hunter is that Killua is a more interesting character. That's the extent. That's the extent. My Hunter x Hunter knowledge it consists of 2 pieces of information. Killua is a more interesting character than Gon, and there's something about a tower. That's it. That's all I know about Hunter x Hunter. I sent a DM today because I do draw Paper Mario style stuff. I'll be in touch. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Send me a page with like some ideas. It's my left knee. Had a major sprain. Almost recovered. Went to train yesterday and landed wrong. So set back about a week and a half. Oh, okay. Well, Trios. Listen, I know you've seen martial arts movies. I know you watched them. I know you watch anime. This is the beginning of your training on one leg arc. You're gonna train that. You're gonna go back to train, and you're gonna stand on that one leg, and that one leg is going to be more powerful than every other person you fight. You're gonna be like Rock Lee dropping the weights when you put your other leg down. They're gonna look at you and they're gonna say, oh, he put 2 legs down. And then you're just gonna destroy everybody. That's it. That's what you're gonna do. So I would recommend that you start training on one leg right now. Sir GG, thank you so much. In the hunt with a tier 1 subscriber for 19 months. Very much appreciate that. Paper thin hype, I see. Absolutely. Oh my god. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. I used to read Hunter x Hunter, and then I stopped. Played the training montage music. Kana, what's going on? I'm not entirely sure if you care about something like this, but it feels pretty disappointing. Paper Mario remake. That we were kind of talking about that, Kana. We touched on it very quickly. We don't really have any confirmation one way or the other. As far as I know, there's no confirmation on whether or not it's going to be 30. Realistically, my stance on the 30-60 thing is that I think 60 is the standard we should all be, that all video game developers are striving for, but 30 FPS is totally fine. It's totally playable, and as long as the game looks gorgeous and plays great, that's really all I care about. I'll take a stable 30 over an unstable 60 any day of the week, and while I prefer 60, 30 is fine. I have no problem with 30. To protect the how Togashi's breaks are. His one arc started in 2003 and ended in 2012. In the amount of time, One Piece had over 400 chapters. Yeah, you had gold. In that one time, you had like 6 animes worth of episodes. Oh boy, new fight game, and I'm already behind and the meta, and I'm lost. A bit like when Quagmire first discovered internet porn. Yeah, remember he came up with the big giant arm? That and more focused on hand and stomach exercises, but I miss cardio. Hunter x Hunter is also known by hiatus x hiatus in the community. All footage that has been shown has been 30 with the occasional animation at 60. Yeah, but then that's just video footage. So we don't know. Like we know what they've shown us is what I always say about videos like that. Now, the one thing I haven't really talked about, and I mentioned it earlier, that I haven't really dived into, is other people's reactions that have played the game. So my question would be for the channels that put up videos, whether it's Nintendo Life or GVG or anybody else, what did they say? Did they say it's 30, or did they not comment on it? Because I'm curious to know what they think about it, or what they've said about it. True, but the original was 60. I mean, yeah, that's absolutely true. 30's confirmed. The previews I've seen say it's really not that noticeable given the animation style. Yeah, so it's probably fine. Hey, Blaze, do we need another 40 years of 60? Yeah, I know. That's why I'm trying not to get into it. I saw Digital Foundry's video on Stellar Blade, and it's a rock solid 60. You have to have Stellar Blade has to be a 60. Games that are like, that's probably the big thing. Games that are like Stellar Blade, for instance, that are insanely fast or excessively fast, then you really need the better frame rate. I don't really need anything. I don't need 1,000 Year Door to be 60. I would rather it, but I don't need it. I doubt it's going to impact the action commands. Like that is the only thing that I think is where like a better frame rate is better. But as long as the action command window is nice and wide, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, first person shooter is something that's very fast paced, actiony that you really, and again, you don't need it because I played Armored Core 6 on PS4, and that game is 30, and it was fine. Like I never felt like I wasn't getting the timing right on anything that I was doing in that game because it was 30. I had no problem with that. Games on PS5 or Xbox systems that sold themselves on power. Yeah, like why is that not the standard, you know? No one in preview really talked about frame rate. All they said was it feels snappy, but also the action command window seems slightly bigger. So yeah, so that might actually be what they did. 1,000 Year Door's main selling point was, 1,000 Year Door's main selling point was a smooth 60 FPS with 100 sprites on screen. Come on. We were all there. We all saw that. What the hell was that demo? What was the demo that had like the Mario 128 or something? Was that, oh my God, something World, or it was one of those weird conventions that I always forget the name of. It was like Tech World, or what was the one? You know what I'm talking about, right? Was it that? Was it Mario 128? It was the GameCube sort of preview thing. You need 60 FPS for fighting games. Sim racing games, yeah, I would say sim racing games. DMC, Monster Hunter, FPS, Space World, thank you, a Space World demo. Monster Hunter, do I think I need 60 FPS for, I don't know, I don't think so. I think Monster Hunter I'm okay with. I don't think Monster Hunter's, I don't think the timings were so tight in Monster Hunter. Like, I felt like you could get by on that. I feel like Monster Hunter. I mean, I only played 2 Monster Hunter games. I only played World and Rise. So I don't know. I don't know if any of those were 60. 60 in Monster Hunter definitely helps. 60 FPS increases input responsiveness for games. Yeah. So all games, even menu-based RPGs, I think so. I do think so. But like a menu-based game, like Octopath Traveler, I don't particularly need timings for Octopath Traveler because you don't do anything that requires timing. You pick menu options. So that's why I said, like, for Paper Mario, let's say that was 30. My only concern is the action commands. Picking your moves and stuff, moving around, it doesn't really bother me. I would have no problem with that. The problem would be the action commands if that was an issue. But I really don't think it will be. Like I said, I played Armored Core 6 at 30 FPS, and I never once griped about it. Although, when I got my PS5, I put Armored Core in and I played it. I played around with the 60 FPS. Damn, that feels good. man, that feels good. Yeah, like Gran Turismo, absolutely. Shooters, your Call of Duties, Fortnite always feels really good with a good frame rate. So that always feels really good. For the little bit that I played Warframe singular, it felt good to be on my computer playing it like that. I'll tell you one game that felt really good with a better frame rate. Final Fantasy 14. That with a good frame rate, I was very happy playing that. I think that the timing on like the global cooldowns, it was easier to see. I think that it was easier to what do you call it when you there's a window. So let's say you cast a spell that has a 3-second cooldown. Before the actual 3 seconds, there is a point, input buffering. You could input buffer the next spells a bit better when you had a better frame rate. My brain just connected with it better, and I was able to buffer my inputs for the next spells more consistently. I didn't feel like I needed to mash in order to do that. Yeah, competitive games in general. I mean, you need at least 300 frames to play CSGO. Or CS2 now. I guess CS2 is the big game. 14 on the Xbox is super smooth. Warframe needs 60 FPS because the game is all about movement. Yeah, and it really is, too. WoW was good with inputting spells because of the better FPS. Trust Nintendo and intelligent systems to, at the very least, accommodate for the hardware they work. Yeah, and I think so. And not to get into the discussion again, but I would say that we are in the window where there is probably a higher FPS mode waiting to be unlocked by the Switch 2. I would not doubt if Paper Mario was a game that when you play it on the Switch 2, it's going to run it at 60. I don't doubt it for a second. That's what happened with Armored Core. Armored Core 6 on PS4 is 30 frames, but if you put it in your PS5 and you don't upgrade to the PS5 version, you get a rock solid 60 frames per second, and it feels amazing. Like each new system has 60 FPS at the start, but then they push that. And Gold, I won't dip too far into that discussion again because I want to go to the restroom and then I want to start playing the game. That's something that I have argued about graphics and video games development and stuff, where I don't like, and you know whose fault that is? I'm going to tell you whose fault that is. Televisions. Television developers. This is their fault because they don't need to worry about input response. They don't need to worry about controls and frame rates and stuff. Movies and TV shows run at like 24 frames. Like, they don't need to worry about that. So they pushed this resolution thing. They pushed 4K TVs on us. And then video game developers had to say, oh, we need to make our games 4K. No, you didn't need to make your games 4K. You needed to make them 1080p or 1440p. You needed to have them start at 60 FPS. We should not be struggling for 4K 60. We should already be at 1440p 60 or higher. I personally, 1440p, 120 frames per second. I think that's where we should be aiming for right now. I think that should have been the aim. I don't like 4K. I don't care. I don't think that 4K should have been the goal. I think that 1440p high refresh rate should have been the goal. Because for video games, we have to worry about things like input lag, input response, how the frame rate and how the motion affects our ability to engage in the content. TV manufacturers, TV developers. I mean, I'm probably splitting hairs here. Manufacturers are the ones that make the TVs, but who's the one that's developing the technology? Who's the one that's coming up with all the new lighting technology and stuff? I would call them developers. That's just what I mean. I can't remember if it's switched to. It's 60 FPS setting in 2028, except for sports broadcast. That one needs smoother 60. Yeah, that definitely does. Game, give me more frames. Once the console reaches 4090 level, then we can worry about 4K 60. I don't think 4K in gaming was a money trap. I think 4K in gaming was a money trap for developers. The porn industry. You mean this display man? Here we go. Display manufacturer. Let me say display manufacturer. No, Blaze. No, I don't mean display manufacturers. I mean television manufacturers, because I can't go to the store right now and buy a non-4K television. I have to go out of my way to get a television that is not 4K. I can very easily find displays, especially computer monitors, that are 1080p and 1440p. And of various resolutions. I will pay a massive premium for a 120 hertz TV or higher. My monitor that I use in the middle, that I use for my gaming, is 1080p 165 hertz. And it was easy to find. I did not have to go digging, and it wasn't really expensive. It was actually cheaper. I got this monitor on sale. I blame television manufacturers specifically, because displays are very easy to find in a lot of different resolutions and a lot of different frame rates. Televisions are the ones that said 4K. And yeah, and Dragon, you beat me to it. Now we've had this conversation. We've had to have this conversation about 8K televisions. And are they going to do 8K gaming? Why are we talking about 8K gaming? Why is anybody uttering the sentence 8K in gaming when you can't get 4K to work properly? The only reason they're having that discussion is because television manufacturers are making 8K televisions. I blame them. I blame the direction that they have. I blame the destination that they have created that everybody else thinks they need to get to. And we don't have to get to it. We don't have to. If you have a 1440p display with 160 or 144 hertz monitor, you have an incredible gaming experience. And you don't need 4K. My 10-year-old TV just broke. I'm looking for at least 120 hertz. Very few selections, and I can tell you right now, GG, for depending on the size, you're gonna spend at least $800 on a television. Whereas if you want 4K 60, you can go to the store and get one for $300 right now. Guarantee you. I promise you. You can go to a Walmart or a Target or a Best Buy, and they have 4K 60 hertz TVs for $300. But if you say 120 hertz, the price immediately jumps to $800. Or $1,000, really. Yeah, I blame the government. 8K was talked about when 4K started up because it was starting in Japan. You also got to be careful about input lag with some TVs, usually the cheaper ones. Don't movie shoot at 8K resolution and then sample down. Oh, I don't know. I don't know about that. Sony made 8K TVs for the PS5 and their movies. Again, a box feature of the. Yeah, you're right, and it said 8K on the box. Hollywood and broadcasters jumped to 4K, which is much harder than 2K. So TVs are always going to prioritize that. TVs and computer monitors are completely different audiences, but the displays are by the same company. So my question, let me ask you this, Blaze. If a video game developer said our console outputs at 1440p, would that be compatible with the TV? For them to say that our games, or maybe just the games, let's say Sony had a division that worked on games that only maxed out at 1440p. Would that even be possible for them? Like, would it look good on a television to say that, to develop a game specifically for 1440p with frame rate as the primary feature? Or would there be some sort of compatibility issue? I think about the days when you try to hook up something with a different resolution to your monitor and your computer would just flat out say, no, it doesn't work. What is unsupported resolution? It would say something like that. But the PS5 is 8K on the box, so I need 8K. I have 4K 144 hertz LED monitor. It was about $682 monitor. That means what? 27 inch, maybe 32. I doubt it'd be 32 at that point. Look at how much you have to spend on a monitor. And now remember, if you want something for your living room, you're not getting a 24 inch monitor. 32 is not bad. 32 is not bad. But yeah, you're not going to get that for your living room. Well, you might. I mean, if you've got a small living room or you sit really close to the TV, you might get that for your, but that's $682. Or $682, you can buy two 4K 50-inch TVs. It's wild. 2XKO and now Hunter. More like over $1,000 here in Eastern Europe. It can be a little iffy. Some just straight up don't support the resolution. Some will downsample to 1080. Others will blow up the image to 4K, and then the pixels will be blown out. Yeah, that was why I asked. Because that was the big problem when you tried to hook up an old, like when flat screens and 720 and 1080p televisions first started. That was the big problem, was that if you tried to hook up like an old video game console, it would upscale the image to the lowest supported resolution, which looked like ass. If you ever tried to put like a Super Nintendo or a Genesis, I will always argue that the Genesis was worse. Even with a decent hookup, like if you went S video or something, the TV didn't support 240 or 480, so it would bump it up to 720, and it was atrocious. It was horrible. Gigabyte M32U. My 4K 120 hertz TV was about $900. Insane. But blast processing, which we still don't know if it was a myth or not. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go get some coffee. I'm going to go to the restroom. And then when I come back, we are going to get back into Final Fantasy 16. So hopefully everybody will be here for that. Give me a minute. And I get my buttons ready. But yeah, give me a minute and I will be right back. My 4K 75-inch was 1,000 pounds, and that was on sale. And that's kind of wild, too. Like, speaking about, still talking about the TVs, it's almost like the size doesn't change the price nearly as much as the frame rate does. This one. Plug in the system. Oh, come on. I have the most sensitive keyboard. I barely touch it, and it hits a button. That's why I built my own bookcase. Yeah, I do that too. I have like my bookcases that I built my video games were on. I built them myself because I can build them. I can build them more shallow so they fit the video games, and that's it. Yeah, size change the price. This mother. Oh, brother. Oh, so real quick as I get ready to get the game booted up here, let me change the info too. I'm still gonna wait for a sale. But I think Stellar Blade just jumped up the list of games that I want to get. I had 2 major complaints about Stellar Blade. And they posted something a little bit ago that apparently fixes them both. This is from Stellar Blade's official Twitter. The day 1 patch fixed the input time for basic attacks, as well as the timing of blocking and parrying to be more responsive. Also, the chromatic aberration and grain noise effects can now be toggled on or off. They literally fixed the 2 problems that I had with that game. Everybody had a problem with the dodging and parrying, and when we played it, I was like, this looks like grainy. Also, we removed the hard R. Was this the hard R shop? Wait a minute. Book is in my room. It's full of books. Yeah. Wait. Hold on. I don't know if you're making a joke. Did you not see it? No, I didn't see this. Wait, what? According to the reviews, you play for the action and obvious visuals alone, and the characters are blocks of wood. What are you talking about? Stellar Blade? No, I apparently did not hear about this. What are you talking about? Am I getting into trouble? There's graffiti throughout the game. It's hard painted and placed in an unfortunate place. Oh, wait. I saw somebody posted something with graffiti on a wall that said hard, and it was Cloud, and it said, "Did Sephiroth do this?" Is that what it is? They put an R sign next to some graffiti that in Korean means nothing but outside some... So when you say hard R, that mean wait, yeah. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, if it's as bad as I'm imagining, is it overblown? If it's what I'm imagining, is it overblown? I don't know. I maybe I'm imagining the situation to be. Am I correct in assuming that there was a giant word on a wall that they then replaced and corrected? Is that fair to assume? You look bad. This is hard. It changed to cries and so okay, let me. Oh, okay. All right, I'm thinking they replaced that. All right, so that's what you're talking about. Okay, it definitely wasn't what I was expecting. All right. I mean, yeah. Okay, this I would say is overblown. I think it's I think it's funny as hell. But yeah, okay. I mean, I get it. Yeah, yeah, a lot. Like the funny thing is, my first thought is basically Lilac. I had it in all those in that exact order. It was like, ooh, because when we say hard R, we usually mean something very specific, and then when it's not that, when it starts with R, that's when you think, oh, it's the other one. Okay, yeah. More conspiratorial, which I don't think was intended. I hope they reacted to people posting about it even faster than the day one update. So it kind of feels like they were a little too prepared to change it out. It was removed within hours. I mean, it really could be a tactic. You know what I mean? It could be a tactic where they say we're gonna put this in and fix it before the day one, and that'll get some people's attention. But I mean, you've seen the character. Are we really fighting for attention here? In Stellar Blade, like, are we going through this effort to get people's attention when you have what is inarguably the most obviously sexualized appearance in a main character in quite a while? She is blatantly more visually intentional. Let's call it visually intentional. She is more visually intentional than 2B, and I'm hard pressed to say that she's more visually intentional than Bayonetta. Like, the only difference with Bayonetta is that it all kind of works into the story of Bayonetta, right? Because her clothes are her hair, and when she does a super attack, and she gets all naked, and that's a bit more intentional. But the appearance of the character and stuff, like, that's very. I gave the game points for that. I said, like, you know, it's one thing if you thought that they were trying to pull a fast one on everybody and like, oh, look at these sexualized characters. But then the game leans so hard into it. Yeah, like Bayonetta, like you're not pulling no one's trying to pull a fast one with Bayonetta. She's gyrating her moves. It is blatant. You know, that's like acting like they're trying to subtly slip past some nudity in porn movies, right? There's no subtlety about it. There's no subtlety about what's happening in Bayonetta games. There's no subtlety about what's happening in Stellar Blade. So I would argue that you don't necessarily need any sort of publicity generating stunt to get people talking about that game. I mean, slur, not slut. Wasn't intentional, but it's kind of funny. People really like to. I'm glad you said that. I'm getting the game started here. I'm glad you said that. People really like to overblow things. I think I'm gonna hot take you here. I think that this is a byproduct of where we are right now in society. I think that there's something. I think we're just so used to it. Right. I think we're so used to this idea of offensiveness, this idea that there's something to be offended by. I think we're so used to it. And I'm going to tell you why I think it's so used to it. Trying to find an image, went through this. Yeah, there's so much porn. I was at the store today, actually. I saw this a couple days ago, but I was there today, and I was at the supermarket. Lidl, whatever you call it. Lidl. They have a teriyaki sauce there. I was looking for a new sauce. I got some rice. I was gonna make some ramen, so I was looking for a new sauce. So I saw a teriyaki sauce, and I immediately saw the bottle. And again, this was a few days ago that I first saw it. I saw the bottle, and it made me laugh because I thought, I think I'm supposed to be offended, but I'm not really sure. It's called karate teriyaki, and it's got a karate kicker on the front, like the silhouette of a karate kicker on the front, and it's called karate teriyaki. And there's nothing offensive about it, but I feel like I'm supposed to, like, I feel like someone would try to convince me that that's offensive. I've given up on getting him to say it right. See, here's the problem. You're saying it's little, right? Like a pot lid, and then but then with the advertising here says Lidl. Like if you watch a commercial over here, it says Lidl. I can't stand it. It's Lidl sounds funnier to me. I grew up with South Park, Chappelle's Show, stuff like that when the humor was funny, and I was a little immune to it personally. Yeah, I saw it and I was like, karate teriyaki. This sounds like something that someone would try to tell me I'm supposed to be offended by. You know what I mean? Like that ad is saying it wrong. You have Lidl. Yeah, I literally right down the street. Literally right down the street. See, I like Lidl. Yeah, big on quality, little on price. I like Lidl. Actually, Lilac, I like it because we have another supermarket chain around here called Giant. So I like the fact that if I want to buy a whole bunch of stuff, I go to Giant, and if I want to buy a few things, I go to Lidl. That's funnier to me. And they're like, no, it's Lidl. Like, why is it Lidl? Where are you getting that from? I can't stand that. Hey, D, congratulations on affiliate. And congratulations, I think you did your first affiliate stream. I'm very happy for you. Please tell me Giant's a full-size. It's not like a Costco, but it's a full-size supermarket. Like Lidl is smaller. Like that's why I like it, because it does make sense. Lidl is like a little smaller supermarket compared to the Giant, which is a full-blown gigantic supermarket. Like full a butcher counter and deli and meat counter, cooked foods, tons and tons of stuff. We have Winn-Dixie there. Lidl's probably more like a Winn-Dixie or like probably not like a Piggly Wiggly. It's a smaller place. I'm trying to think of what if you have an Aldi's, Aldi I think it's the same company. I think Aldi's and Lidl are the same company. Then first I got more God of Hands. What's this? Back from the bathroom. Still up. What did I miss? Speaking of truck stops, is 7-Eleven dead? No, 7-Eleven is still everywhere. 7-Eleven's still everywhere. Yeah, I was just about to bring up Aldi. Aldi's has been around for decades. Aldi's was around when I was in high school. Yeah, they're small supermarkets that are meant to be much cheaper shops, which is also why they're so popular especially with the current living crisis in a lot of countries. Yeah, the selection is usually more limited. The thing with Aldi's was always mediocre products. That was the problem with Aldi's. Like if you bought the Aldi brand cereal, for instance, it was usually pretty terrible. Compared to just like a brand name cereal, but the Lidl products are much better. Like most of the stuff I buy from Lidl, I don't buy name brand stuff. I get the Lidl brand or whatever their in-store brand might be, because they're usually very, very good, if not better. If they're the same company, then why do both brands exist? Well, Aldi's was around for a very long time. Their product line was different. The store structure was different. They also served different neighborhoods. Lidl's only been around here for, I would say, the last 3 to 5 years. But if you go, like, even here, if you go to, because I have an Aldi's maybe a couple miles away. If you go to the Aldi and you go to the Lidl, the whole atmosphere is different. The product line is different. Aldi's has more, there's more like I know the one Aldi's that I used to go to, they had like a seafood counter, like fresh fish. You know how you get like the fresh fish and the ice and stuff? Aldi's would have that, but Lidl doesn't have that. Lidl has a fresh bakery counter though. Oh my God, they're so good. Aldi's European. I thought Aldi's was a German company. Over here the off-brand, but I found it tend to be closer to both Lidl and Aldi. Lidl, Aldi. Oh yeah, I read that. Wholesale buy thing. We've seen stuff like this take weeks for devs in major games to remove. They deleted it from this fast, so it might not even you might not even think it was in the game. It wasn't in the game to begin with. It's crazy, but I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I mean, it sounds like me with the Teeth Sonic thing. Aldi's is apparently buying Winn-Dixie in the background. Interesting. Behind me? Whoa. They're a little better. Uncle, where is Germany? Europe. Ah, that one's Europe. And Lilac, back in my day, there were 2 Germanys. They already walked out. They took your Samus. Oh no. They took my Samus figure because she fell on the floor. I hate that I can't have anything gluten because I love Little's fresh bake. Oh my god, their fresh bakery is so good. They have this rosemary. Oh my god, rosemary like loaf of bread. Oh, it's so good. Oh, my response to Aldi being a European base. No. Didn't somebody say Aldi is German? Aldi is a European based company. Yeah, but I'm being more specific. If I say European, I have no idea what that means. Right? If one of them is from Sweden and the other one's from Germany, they're probably vastly different, or at least somewhat different, but they're both European. I have to specify. Yeah, it means Europe. It's like American. It's like when you say American, what the hell does that even mean? You know, oh, that's everybody likes it. This is why everyone around the world thinks American means New York or Texas. There's a lot more. You know, we have New York aesthetic, which is very rude, and city based. We have cowboy. We have the Texas cowboy aesthetic, which is usually more polite. And very American, but also sometimes rude. We have LA, which is very gang based, right? Very, very urban street violence. We have guns guns is kind of every state, you know what I mean? Yeah, basically when you turn 18 in the United States, it's that sequence from The Matrix where he steps in and he says lots of guns, and there's just a giant rows of guns appear in front of you, and they let you pick out your birthday present. It's very fun. You also have Florida, which is Florida also has meth. Lots of meth. UK you get to. You have to think of London, maybe Manchester. If you remember the Beatles, beyond just the songs of Liverpool, but you visit England, it's like a whole new country every 20 miles. Yeah, I mean, when people think of that's why I tried to be more specific, because a lot of people, when they say Europe, they mean England. Or when they say England, you know what I mean? Like that's why when someone said Europe, I specified Germany, because some people do that. They're like, oh, he's European. And what they mean is he sounds like he's from London. And then because they say European, this is what people do. This is what people do. Oh, you're from Europe? Hello, governor. Like there's not 100 countries there. That's what they do. So I try not to do that. When someone says European, I try to be more specific. It's like, there's other places, right? That's like if I went somewhere and I said, I'm actually from America, and they said, howdy. And I said, what the hell are you talking about? We didn't spend the last 7 years banging on about Brexit to be called European just because we're still in Europe. See? Then don't criticize me when someone says Europe and I try to be more specific. I am doing exactly what you want me to do, which is to not lump everybody in together. So let me have this one. It sounded a lot like that's crazy. Oh my God, what's that? I needed clarification, and I was giving it to you. All right. Oh, let me change the stream info here. But yeah, Stellar Blade. I'm actually really happy that it did that. No, I can't type in FF16. Final Fantasy 16. All right, here we go. My ears being blocked. Are you saying specific? That's one that I can't stand. Specifically. Like, what? That's the West Coast. That's the LA style. Yeah, if someone mistakes me for an Irishman for a Brit, I'm justified in slapping them. Yeah, but that's what people do. That's what people, people who are ignorant of what it means, You know, so I try to, be a little more, oh, it's European, and then they make a British accent. It's like, there's other places, right? Like it's just so interesting because Europe, like the way Europe has a bunch of different countries, America has a bunch of different states. I think we would understand each other better if the United States was just a bunch of individual countries. If you broke down the United States and you made every state its own country, I think we would understand each other a lot better. I think Americans would understand the European structure a lot better. If you want to be mean, ask an American, or hell, even a lot of Europeans and even Brits can't get it right. What countries are in Britain? That's the one. The problem with that, like we've done this before. The problem with that is that it always throws me off because it's like the UK, England is a country, the UK is something, Great Britain is something else. That's the one that always throws me off. And then I think if you say the British Isles, it involves everything, right? Or the British Isles is something extra, or is that just nonsense? America wouldn't have survived. No, they wouldn't. We wouldn't survive that. I mean, people talk about doing that and they won't survive it. People think I'm American. I was born in the UK and never left. You have England. Yeah, England, Britain, Great Britain, and the UK. And then there is the British Isles and the Commonwealth. See, the Commonwealth is the one that I've never heard of. I don't think I've ever heard of the Commonwealth. UK is the nation state, so it runs the army, issues passport. Well, at this point, I'm more just like which ones are which. So like the UK is England, Wales, and just Northern Ireland, right? It's England, Wales, and just Northern Ireland, and then the British Isles include South Ireland, right? There's one more. Wait. There's one more. England, Wales. I'm missing one. Scotland. I had to look. Scotland. Okay. Poor Scots. I couldn't remember which one. I was focused on Ireland because I remember it was weird to me that it's only one. Like it's like the north. It's just Northern Ireland, right? British Ireland and the UK. UK is Northern Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. Great Britain is Scotland, Wales, and England. Okay. Yeah, normally it's Wales that gets forgotten.
It's all right. Sid has nothing to fear from Kupka.
Oh, British Isles is a geographical term. It's the term for all of the land masses together, regardless of the countries. I wouldn't slap him, but I'd give him the stink eye. I cannot tell you how many times I've come out to this balcony thinking this is where I can go. I hate that balcony. In England, and then Britain is England and Wales. Great Britain is England, Wales, and Scotland. And the UK is Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Check the mail on his desk. Can you understand, though? Can you understand why that is a bit confusing? Right? Like, it's common knowledge for you. But can you understand for us stupid Americans why that's a little bit confusing? Like, if I had to explain to you, if I had to break down how state regions worked in the U.S., I would think I don't expect someone from Europe to understand this. What am I looking for here? Oh, we're not reading that one, right? My family name is Scottish. Go Scott! Trust me, I walked out that balcony many times. Yeah, most Brits get it wrong too. Commonwealth is stuff like UK, India, Australia, Canada, and a lot of the countries that never actually annexed from the empire. Yeah, it's confusing for everyone. Don't worry. Why am I checking this, by the way? The missives? What is this? Oh, just clear them. I get quests in the mail sometimes. Does it give me a little letter to explain it? I mean, do I need to read these, or should I just read them later? Apologize for having... Okay. Oh, you don't need to read them. Okay. You just click them. You call it the British Isles. I call it Doggerland, which is a whole tectonic plate. Plus, it's fun to say. Plus, it's fun to imagine that when you live there, you're like dogging. Or should I not use that word? Is that a bad word? Most Americans probably don't know anything about geography outside of their own city. Not in this chat. Ronan, yeah, probably in this chat. Let's be honest. Yeah, let's go ahead and be honest. Right? Let's be honest with ourselves and with everyone else. Side quest can appear there. Yeah, that's a bad word. Dogging is a bad word. Yeah, dogging is a bad word. All right. So no hanging out at the dog park. Got it. Yeah, I was trying to be nice. I have no more niceness left for that.
Not all the noble men out alive. Cook and his men.
Britain doesn't use a synonym for the UK. That's why, yeah, it usually is used that way.
Is now a good time?
It's not bad, man. How's Jill doing?
She's been better.
Imagining a globe in American school is just the U.S. stretched out. Well, there's that image of the map where the U.S. is dead center and it like cuts Asia in half. That's not how we had a map in school, though.
But she's feeding on scraps. We've sent ours out to the curse breakers and our other friends in the West, asking them to keep their eyes peeled for anything unusual. No leads yet, but it's only a matter of time.
All right. Let me know when you find something.
Oh, how's the
There
volume?
he is. All right, Clive. Still busy saving the world.
Oh my God, it's Ashley. Who are you? You're awesome. Oh, she's mid? Oh, I liked her.
Just now.
What about your studies?
Adjourned. Since Hugo Kupka invaded Rosaria.
Oh.
All the canvas in uproar about it. He's gone mad. He's turned rogue. It'll be all
I like her.
You try concentrating with all of that.
All right.
Oh, you know what? I like her so much. I'm going to dub her the Twilight Princess.
A while, most likely. Any road, while I'm here, I was hoping you could do us a favour.
Mid. You can't just expect me to.
I mean, just for the love of God, Clive, just call her Earthbound.
While we are busy tracking down Kupka, you should have a little time to spare.
Professor! Now there's a face I haven't seen in a while. Shouldn't you have it buried in a dusty...
I kind of want to hear, you know what I want to hear? I want to hear her talk to Charon.
Till a familiar trill pricked my ears. As ever, your exuberance is a breath of fresh air, which successfully scattered the painstakingly assembled fragments of my thoughts.
Just call her Tactics? What was wrong with Tactics, Ogre?
I'll take that as a compliment.
Surely that's the Tactics game you're talking about.
Well,
I think I'm more
Clive, you heard the
confusing. The
professor?
different definitions for the EU,
I'll meet you in the storeroom when
EEA,
you're done.
EFTA, oh my God. That's so confusing.
Breath of fresh
Just gonna
air.
keep firing shots. Oh, I love it, Ronan. I
Bloody
love it.
tempest, more like.
It's palatable, right? Every time I trash those games, I can taste the tears.
What are you on about?
My fee for bringing Mid across. She said you were paying.
That little...
Clive, damn,
Storeroom was it?
Clive just immediately left. I love it. As early in memory, there was one student that thought the entire map of Asia was the U.S., with India being the tip of Texas, which we were in at the time. I didn't have the heart to tell him Mexico was a giant ocean. To show the region, confusion, localized. Grew up in New York. Oh, you mean the city? Yeah, New York State. No, Buffalo? No, near PA. Why, why is that upstate? It's so annoying. We're gonna get you to play Twilight Princess and just roast it. I strongly suspect that when I'm gonna go out on a limb and say when. I strongly suspect that when I play Twilight Princess on stream, I will like it more than I trash it. I fully believe that. It just needs to come out is the problem on Switch. unless I pick it up. Because I don't have it on the Wii U.
You took your time.
I'm a busy man, Mid.
I'll get to the point then. I want to turn the room down there into a workshop like the one I had at Dad's place.
I like her.
You've only just come back.
And I've been thinking about it for a while. Dad said I had a knack for engineering. Told me everything he knew about it. Then sent me off to Canva to learn everything he didn't.
Oh, so this is the
That was
engineer
his dream
Sid.
for me, that one day I'd put my studies to use for the good of the cause. But I'm
Wait,
helping
Mid
no
and
one
Sid?
to school.
Are we serious here?
I've studied enough. It's time I put my knack to work.
It just
I know that I can help the people here, and I want to do it.
Sid and Mid, are we serious with this?
If Sid could see you now. All right. I'll tell Otto you'll be staying.
Just clicked in my head.
I knew you'd say yes. Which is why I wrote up a list of jobs for you.
What the?
For me.
Who else?
Was it Mid, Sid, Son, and 6? No, Sid didn't have a.
What do you want me to do?
Sid didn't have a kid.
First things first, I need equipment.
I don't think
and
so.
materials to
Not
start making it.
that I remember.
There's the designs for the stuff I need. and
In
stuff I can
5.
smith in
5.
them. The other materials I can work myself. Just need a generous benefactor to lay them on for me. Apart from the wood, I'll need a carpenter for that, but I can just borrow yours.
Is that everything?
For now. I'll let you know if I need out else.
See, Griffin, I'm hesitant to say stuff like that because I have no idea how old this character is supposed to be. And this world is way more realistic than usual.
That means Karen and Blackthorn.
Mid is so great. We never get any information on her mother. There's a fan theory about who the mother is. Okay, so, I mean, she seems really cool. I like her as a character so far. Wait, why are there 2 quest points? Where am I going here? There. Can I just fast travel? No? Okay. Come on, fast travel. You know, if this were Paper Mario, I'd have warp pipes that get me there. Yeah, see, Mid is 16? Yeah, I'm not making those jokes. I want to keep streaming for a very long time. Wow, Mid is pretty. Uncle canceled. More time for Paper Mario, baby. It's like, man, I'm never going to have enough time to stream and play Paper Mario. What's the fastest way to get canceled?
Littlands have been up to their old tricks again.
This one?
Drawing on the deck. Jill looked white as a sheet when they brought her back.
As long as she's not 1,000-year door, it's a 1,000-year-old toddler, 1,000-year door, 1,000-year-old toddler. Yeah, your assumptions without knowledge perfectly acceptable. Paper Mario stream is gonna be a joy. I've saying it. I keep saying it to you guys. I'm just gonna play it like the entire time. I'm gonna stream
You
it.
busy?
What does it look like?
I have a commission for you. From Mid. She requires certain tools.
Mid, I knew I heard her somewhere around here.
Do you think you can make them?
Bloody hell. What's she planning to build with this stuff? An airship?
Huh?
I'll see what I can do.
I'm gonna say yes.
My thanks.
Stream's gonna start with no intro. Yeah, it's just gonna be me starting it up. It's just immediately gonna get into the game. Does it mean 24 hour? No, it won't be 24 hours, but what I'm going to do is that Thursday, I'm going to go and get the game. So I'll probably start the Thursday stream at a normal time, but I'm going to play it for pretty much as I can that day. And then the next day, Friday, I'm trying to take off of work. I put in my request off for work. As long as that I'm able to get off work, what I'm going to do is I'm going to wake up moderate time, go like do whatever I have to do for the day, and then so I'll probably start that stream either 10 a.m. or noon, like somewhere in between there, and then I'm pretty much just gonna play it all day. I'm mostly just and I'm gonna do the same thing for the whole weekend. I'm not gonna play. I want to play that game as much as I possibly can, and I'm not gonna play that game at all unless I'm streaming it for the opening weekend, and that's Memorial Day weekend. So that's like I have Monday off too. That's the thing. For that weekend, I also have that Monday off. I'm not planning on beating it, but given how long it normally takes me to beat 1,000-Year Door, I'm most likely going to end up beating it on stream that weekend. Unless they added a whole bunch of new stuff.
You've got to. Mid's back from Canva. Have you seen her?
Yeah, have you not heard her?
She's planning to set up a workshop in the stores and ask me to buy her some materials. Here's the list.
See, Sid isn't her biological father. Oh, he found her abandoned in the forest when she was 11. Her biological parents were never confirmed. A lot theorized that she was Benedicta. The odds are it's just a random person, as Benedicta would be too young. Yeah, but then in this world, I mean, Lilac, there's a very horrible reason why that could still be the case. And in this world, I believe it. How long you say usual? So I think my usual 1,000-Year Door playthroughs, like casually getting through everything, are usually about 25, 30 hours. Maybe a little bit more. So even if it's like 35, 40 hours, I could probably get through it that whole weekend. Playing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday? Yeah, absolutely.
Over by what that girl's done for us. If it weren't for her filters, we'd have naught to drink but blight water, and that would have drained the life out of us long ago.
Indeed it would.
I'll send the stuff on to Mid when it comes in.
Thank you, Karen.
And yeah, I'm gonna basically marathon the game for the weekend.
Available.
Oh, you said I'm supposed to take a quest here? Oh wait, there's a plus quest thingy. Do I need that? I need that one, right? Yeah, I mean, you learn accents are learned. Accents are something that you're in that environment long enough, you just sort of pick it up. Accents is just the way of talking. So.
Oh, what a lovely fragrance. Anyone would think.
We're playing Mario. I haven't gotten Mario RPG yet. I really need to get that. The other thing about you 100% need that one. I know I do. I know, and I never played the original one, so that would be a kind of fun playthrough. The only other thing about the Paper Mario stream, I thought about doing something, like I thought about doing like subathon or something, but because I always said that I don't really have any need to do anything like that. Not a subathon, but I thought about turning it into some sort of like, if I can do this by then, or I don't know. I feel like I want to do something else. If I'm streaming that much, I feel like I want to do something else with it.
Nonetheless, I was wondering if, well, I know you are from Rosaria, and I'm in need of someone with intimate knowledge of those lands. Apparently, the duchy is home to all manner of curative herbs found nowhere else in the realm. Among them is a flower called a morganbeard that increases the potency of lesser medicines.
I can't say that I've had much practice.
Charity stream set the goal to $1,000. I don't know. I have no.
The hideaway relies heavily
I
on
don't know.
medicines procured from
I've said my thoughts about charity streams, like personal charity streams.
It's our sick who suffer. If we could find this flower and learn to grow it here, we might save many lives.
To be clear, I'm not against them. Like people do them all the time. It's just
imperial occupation has rendered the roads unsafe for
I feel like I don't know. It feels like it's in poor taste to do one just because.
No, I'm not asking the business
Uncle doesn't believe in
drop
charities.
everything and make the journey for me, but if you happen to be in the duchy on
other
business.
Tell me of these Morgan beards. Who the hell is this Morgan beard?
Beards, then.
But of course, if my old tomes are to be believed, the flowers are bright yellow and as large as goblins' eyes. Oh, and they grow in the marshes of Sorrowwise. If I am to
Sorrowwise? Come on.
I will require several samples, preferably of blooms which have already gone to seed. And before I forget, I do seem to recall learning in the course of my research that their odor has the tendency to attract
of course
unsavory creatures.
No,
something you cannot handle, though, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, I've often said about like charity, like if you have something going on, you know what I mean? If Sage needed something, or if my house, right, like if my computer was breaking, or the mixer absolutely needed to be replaced or something, like it was something for the setup, then I would say, yeah, let's do a charity stream. Let's set something up so that we can, I can basically beg you for help. But to just do a charity, like I'm gonna stream Paper Mario, so to just tack on, hey, by the way, since we're streaming Paper Mario, how's about you give me $1,000? Like, I don't know. It just feels like it's in poor taste for me to do that. Like, there's no purpose. There's no reason that I would ask for that. Wait. Oh, and what did you wait, Ronan? What were you saying about the side quest? Wait, hold on. Did I miss something? Where I just eat chips and horribly pronounce the names of all donations. Yeah. For every Griffin, for every $100, I'll try and get the UK properly again. I'll try to remember which countries are in the UK. How am I? Oh my god, I hate this place. I get lost so much. Okay, so this way? No, this way. Greg wants you to sponsor him because he's skint. Oh my god. I nope, that way. Right? Yeah. This is like, you think I'm joking, and I'm not. Oh, the quest that you just picked up is one you 100%. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, that was what I needed. Oh, there it is. I couldn't see that. Damn, how am I supposed to figure out where to go without the paint? I believe the side quest is the one that lets you carry. Yeah, I kind of figured that's what it was because he made it sound like it was a healing potion sort of thing. I hate when maps have a dozen bridges. I mean, I just get lost, so. So straight ahead, and then that should be the oh, because this is the elevator. I think that's what throws me off. That's what throws me off is that this doesn't tell me that this is the elevator. It says, does it say the lift? Oh my god, it does say the lift. But it's not like, Ronan, you want me to read? Come on. I'm already playing the game. If they wanted me to read, they wouldn't have added voice acting.
Bardolph. Maid's looking to build a workshop in the storeroom, and she needs the aid of a skilled carpenter. So naturally I thought of you.
I thought it was Uber.
Well, I'd love to help the young miss however I can. But I'm afraid I got my hands full just keeping this place afloat. There's holes need patching, and if I don't patch them, will all of us sink into the mere. I gladly.
You're playing an RPG. You're expected to read. Then what's the voice acting for?
I see.
It don't have to be me, though, does it? What about that other fella? You know, the one over at Martha's Rest. Bernard, was it?
That's right. And he is a friend of the cause. I'll ask Martha if she can spare him. Thank you, Bardolph.
Like in that image, what are those symbols next to the words? I don't know. I don't know what that means. Alright, so I'm not taking that one. I probably should, but I'm not going to. Where am I going here? So what am I doing? See, I really should have paid attention. Open world map? Oh, wait, I'm there. So I'm going to go here. Martha! I did find myself wishing about endgame you could fast travel around the hub. Yeah, I you know, Final Fantasy, you know, 14 does it. You got the little attunement crystals, right? The little things around. Did you tell me to bard off? Let me do the main quest before I do.
Thank you for sticking with us.
Nah, let me do this first.
Can't exactly leave old Martha in the lurch after everything she's done for us.
I'm too lazy to read. That's why I play video games in the first place. Why do you think I play Tetris? There's no words.
Ah, Clive, what brings you to the rest?
Our home finds itself in need of an extra carpenter. I wondered if I might be able to borrow Bernard for a short while.
I don't mind if he don't. We're all friends here, aren't we?
Thank you, Martha. Do you know where I might find him?
He went up to Cressida on business. No idea what, mind. place is a
Yeah, the
ruin.
potion quest is really
As
worth
far
it.
as I know, he's still there.
It's one of those side quests that requires you to travel from one extreme of the hub to the other. Yeah, and it can take some time. Okay, is that a regional difference? Do you say Bernard or Bernard? I always heard it as Bernard, and Bernard is like a regional name. Oh my god, are these quests in 2 different directions? Where in the world is this? Okay, there we go. So that's the side quest. No, brother. All right, I'm gonna do that first. Okay. Bernard. So you say Bernard, but you're in UK. I guess that's a regional difference.
Those of us who are still here have to look after each other, don't we?
All right, I'm gonna go and do that quest. Let's save some time and just call him Bernie. Yeah. Come on, you have to get out there and vote for Bernard Sanders.
All right, Sid.
Hello. So here we go. Feel the burn. Oh wait, I fixed that. Really? So how's 16? I'm loving this game. I think this game's fantastic. Ow! Woo! That was totally intentional.
Over here. This one.
Jason! Jason! I love how Greg called this chocobo and completely ignored it. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna. First of all, yeah, you're right. You know what that's because of? Rebirth did that to me. Because Rebirth, if you're running and you summon your chocobo, you automatically, like, you kind of like saddle it as you're running, so you don't stop. So like if you're running and then you call your chocobo, first of all, that doesn't happen. It'll run along with you, and then you'll hop onto it, and that's how you'll get to where you're going. So the fact that I have to stop kind of threw me off right there. I blame Rebirth for that. Because I like that. I like that in Rebirth. I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. It's very cinematic in Rebirth when you do that, right? You're running, and you call your chocobo, and he just sort of hops on like Legolas in Lord of the Rings. I like that. I get a kick out of that. I think 15 would be that obsolete. GameStop no longer takes them for trade-ins. I didn't think... Wait, GameStop doesn't take Final Fantasy 15? Really? That's kind of weird. Is GameStop just stopping games altogether? Is it just going to be called Stop now? Ooh. What? Whoa. Hey, it's like a rare monster thingy. I got this. Oh, wait. I forgot I changed that. Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, wait, that actually did sort of change him a little bit. Whoops. Oh, no! Oh, I thought he was going to do the spinny again. Oh, no! I forget what this one was. Oh, that was the other thing. Okay. You know what? I probably should have saved that, but... Damn. Ah, no way. I thought I had the other one. I tried to be, that was my own fault. I tried to be smart. No, this is like a rare hunt sort of thing. I keep forgetting to do that, like how that's supposed to work. Oh, damn it. I thought I had the timing on that. Woo! Woo! There we go. Don't equip attack. I forgot that we changed it off of the Titan onto the Titan guy. Ooh! Electrum. Oh wait, didn't I need that? I needed that for something, didn't I? I think I already had a quest that or something to make. Oh man, I'm getting there. I'm getting there. See that? I burned through all my potions. But I made it. All right. So let's just hope I don't need potions for anything. I'm getting there. I'm starting to understand it a little bit better. Yeah, I completely forgot. Like I was ready to do the lightning rod thing, and I completely forgot that I changed it to the Titan guy. And I forgot that other attack, that you have to time it in the right spot.
The Abbey is certainly damp. Let's see if they're damp enough for Morgan beards.
Time to go back to Martha's Rest and buy more potions. Well, thankfully, when I finish this side quest, I'll be able to equip more of them, I guess. Ah, damn it. Okay, that's why you gotta disrespect them like that. Why'd you have to do that? The little goblin guys are gonna get me. Of all things that are gonna kill me here. Death by minion, truly sad. I feel like I should probably go back and if I die, do I just come back here? Like it's not gonna restart my save file and I have to beat that monster again, right? Here, let's just save, just to be sure here. And if I die, potions will restock, so that'd be good. It wouldn't be a classic random encounter without wasting all your potions, so the next one kicks your ass before. Yeah, you defeat the gigantic silver monster, and then you die to the goblin. Because I see a big thing right there, so.
The size of a goblin eye.
Here, let's.
He wasn't wrong about them being attracted to the flowers, though.
Oh no! I gotta die! I'm gonna die. No, I died. There are checkpoints. Okay. Restart from nearest obelisk. But yeah, it saved the fact that I beat that monster, right? I don't have to beat that monster again. Otherwise, I have to cook all over again.
Thank you for sticking with him.
Okay.
Those of us who are still here have to look after
There are checkpoints. Now you tell them. Nah, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, I saved just to be safe, but... Yeah, the hunt is done. Okay. Yeah, that's all I really care about. That's why I say, whenever I talk about, like, oh, no, buy potions. I thought it restocked my potions. Did it not? Does it not restock your potions when you die? How do I? Items. Yeah, it says it restocked my potions. Oh, I had these too. I never used these. I have an elixir. It only restocks. It looks like all of them to me. 4 out of 4, 3 out of 3. Yeah. What the? Oh.
I said.
I never. Yeah, I was gonna say like they're not on the potion menu, so I never really remember that I even have them. See, like I should be riding the chocobo, but. Yeah, I'm getting it. I'm starting to get used to it. A lot of it's just old age, you know. I'm starting to get to my reaction time's starting to slow down a little bit. I see that monster with the sword flying at me, and I know I'm supposed to hit the react button. Man, I really want to. You know what's sad? I really want to try Stellar Blade with the adjusted the timing windows for the parry and dodge. I feel like I would have a much better time playing. Must be because in Final Fantasy mode, you only get 2 potions if you die. We're all old. I don't know. I know there's got to be some of you out there a little younger. All right, so. All right, so I was sort of focusing on the big guy before, so now let me focus on these little guys here. Ah, oh, damn it. I thought he was going to ramp up a little bit more. No! Did you hit me from the back? Oh, terrible. Whoa! I keep doing that. Oh, that would have been sick. Yeah, this Berserker ring is the best idea ever. There's no reason for me to do that. Other than it was incredible. I was supposed to hold the button. Oh, and then of course I got caught with that one. Fist them! Can't say reaction time was bad and cooked. You just did. See my Evo moment there? Dodging the hell out of him? Okay, no, look at my poor reaction. Dodge the entirety of the goblin's big swing attack. See, and that's Torgo, come here.
Might as well gather as many as I can.
And that's what I'm talking about when I talk about pet the dog. What's the matter with you? Don't tease it. When I talk about these games, like these action games, and I say like I want it to look cool. That's why. Doesn't that look cool when you do that? When you dodge, there was no advantage to that. Like me dodging all of that stuff, there was no advantage to that. It just looks sick. Doesn't that look amazing when you can do that stuff? Talking to Ronan the other day about Persona 3, how much work has to go into making one of the best Personas. I spent hours grinding to make. I have spent hours grinding to make, raise stats, and get the skills for this just to fight the super boss. And there's a chance I'll get my ass kicked still. What in the? Oh my god! Why are there so many stats? And you might still lose. I mean, that's the super boss, right? Yeah. What the hell was that petting with the Torgo? Can I do it again? Get Torgo, get over here. Come here. Let me pet you properly. There we go. Pet the dog right, for God's sakes. Oh wait. But yeah, doesn't that looks so cool when you do that stuff, man? That's why. That's in an action game like this. What did he say? You want it to look cool. Yeah, it's the rule of cool. You give me a move that looks awesome. I'd have to be struggling in a boss fight for me to switch to a bunch of moves because they're better. If I can do it and make it look awesome, if I have to put a little bit more effort in it and I make it look awesome, I would rather it look awesome. Why not? It's not real life, right? It's not my actual life on the line, so take a risk. Make it look cool. Oh, so now I'm going that way. Let me go back to the obelisk here. That's character action game, good sir. Remember that view rapid punch is more effective as it's more effective as a counter. That's right. That's what I was trying to remember. So the square attack, you can use that as a counter. One of the hardest super bosses I know about is Minerva in Crisis Core. That's a good question. What are like the hardest super bosses you've ever fought? What am I looking for? I got all my potions, right? So I just have to go north. Literally going south. Wait, what?
Stay sharp.
This way?
Don't know when those bastards will be back.
Here, this way. Super boss need to BS levels of stupid that even after days of constant training, they're still murdered. And you know what? I feel like that's because you're right. If your super boss is just a damage sponge, I was actually gonna bring that up too. Yeah, Ronan, that's or Dragon, that's kind of what I was thinking. If your super boss is just a damage sponge, okay. I mean, I get it. It's a super fight. It's extra difficult for specific reasons. But I think super bosses usually have some sort of gimmick. There's something you have to do. You know, like, you feel like a genius the first time you go into Ruby Weapon and you have 2 characters dead. And you first realize, wow, if I just go in with 2 characters dead, it makes the whole fight easier. Emerald, where you have to have the underwater, you have to go through the trouble of the underwater materia so that you don't run out of time. And then the fight is still a pain in the ass. Like, that's what I think of when I think of super bosses. But anything that's just very tanky, it's like, okay, I mean, it's definitely harder than like Galamoth in, Galamoth probably a good example in Symphony of the Night. Because I don't know anybody that just straight up fought Galamoth. Everybody has, there's always some gimmick. There's always some trick. Like, you feel like you're tricking the game when you beat Galamoth. When in reality, everybody does it. Everybody beats Galamoth with some sort of tactic that feels excessive for the rest of the game. Oh, he's cray. We're getting him. These guys. Wait, they're weak. Oh, I didn't mean to do that one. I wanted to do that one. If I'm glitch to OG7, if you cast regen, then pop up. Yeah. If you have to do it on like the original game, but the regen effect keeps going. Minerva's such a pain. I eventually beat her after an hour-long fight. The thing makes her so hard is she uses a move on you that removes all buffs, including auto life, right before she uses her ultimate hit. That'll hit you for 9999 unless you can smash her charge meter down to reduce the damage. So yeah, so right there, why am I fighting an antelope? So like the gimmick there is probably going to be you have to have something that burns them down when they use that move. We try to fight Galamoth straight, but with a stupid amount of stat. Yeah, it's always like, I don't know that I've ever beaten him straight up. I've used the Chrysogrim, I've used the shield rod and the Alucard shield. The first time I ever beat him was it was like 10 minutes or so. It might have been longer, of me using the Alucard sword and use the fireball motion to teleport forward, swing twice, and come back. But there's a moment where you can go out again. You can send Alucard out again to swing, but he doesn't phase back in. So you can just sit there. You just have to do it consistently the entire time. She does that remove buff and ultimate about 4 times in the fight, usually a phase shift. And that's not to forget her standard moves deal a ton of damage too. Yeah, I mean, so you look at like Emerald Weapon, and there's always some goofy gimmick to those. And that's always what I think about when I think of super bosses. Because anything else, you know what's a super boss I never beat? Ozma. I never beat Ozma. I never went through. I didn't really clear Final Fantasy IX the way I did some of the other games. Like 7. You know, I went through and I did I did the Chocobo racing and like the original game. I did the Chocobo racing. I did the Chocobo breeding. I played a bunch of the mini games. I did the Colosseum. I got Knights of the Round. Like, I did all of that stuff. I fought the super bosses. I killed Emerald. I killed Ruby. I never did that stuff in Final Fantasy IX. I never like beat Ozma. Omega Weapon. I don't think I did Omega Weapon either in Final Fantasy VIII. I'm not sure. I don't remember that one. That's one that I specifically don't remember. If you hit level 100, Omega Weapon has over 1 million hit points. Ozma is actually the easiest and hardest super boss depending on how the game decides to start. In Final Fantasy VIII. I never beat Omega Weapon. I fought it for so long and just ran away after a while. I didn't beat the marble. Yeah, I never did. I never beat the marble. I mean, didn't that guy from One Piece kill it in one swing? I saw a clip about a big ball of water and some guy with a sword cut it in half. It just reminded me of Ozma. Mega Man Command Mission had a lot of super bosses. 2 of them give you new upgrades, but 1 is a challenge of 9 bosses that gets progressively harder. Oh god, I'm getting Octopath Traveler flashbacks. Omega Weapon is the game's way of punishing you for hitting level 100. That's like, it reminds me of Zero Mission. Was it Zero Mission? That had, if you collect everything, the final boss is way harder. The Robo Ridley. There's no goofy gimmick to lingering will in KH2. You just have to be consistent. Sephiroth in KH1 had a ridiculously small window. I beat him. I beat Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth.
Proposition for you.
Oh, do you know?
I think it, Latimer, I think it uses it back on you. I think you're not supposed to do that. You really don't need to do that with Ruby Weapon, though.
Building a workshop, you say? Well, that beats tacking boards to bridges, sure enough. And if Martha didn't mind me being gone a while, then neither do I. You just tell me where you want me.
That's the spirit.
In the bushes over there. Wait, what?
Couldn't ask a favor, though, could I? Before we go?
Oh, brother, it's always something. I keep expecting Clive to say that. Oh, God, it's always something.
Well, that there is Cressida, where I grew up. Ain't much left of it now, though. Except my parents' graves.
Can you remember the alternate form of Vanitas? Pretty hard
even
Super Bowl.
patched up the bridge to get across.
I'll read that in a second.
Only
Like.
find the place crawling with fiends. But you're a dab hand when it comes to dealing with beasts and bogles, ain't you?
Dab hand.
Any chance you could...
It's the least I can do.
Well, thank you kindly. And take care.
It's the least I can do. Actually, the least I can do is nothing. But I'll do you one better and help you. I like the Kingdom Hearts Super Boss. Yeah, I liked Sephiroth. I thought the Sephiroth fight was really... Like, I felt satisfied when I beat Sephiroth in that game. 65,556. Wait, 65,000? So if you get Zidane's Thievery, Freya's Dragon Crest, and Queen Frog drop to 999 each. Which does 100 times, kill 100 Drogones, and catch 100 frogs. It'll take 2 rounds to win. But if Ozma opens up with Meteor, you lose. And it does random party-wide damage. Plus it has Bad Breath, Fun Time, as well as a few other stuff that can't be blocked. 600. Wait, oh, so is that 65 million you're saying? Are you saying 65 million HP? That says 65,000 HP. That can't be... That doesn't seem like a lot for Final Fantasy. 65,000? That doesn't seem like a lot for Final Fantasy. I mean, Knights of the Round does that much damage, doesn't it? It does more than that. I mean, obviously, we're talking about a different game, but... Yeah, wait. What are we talking about here? I thought you were talking about... You're talking about Ozma, right? Is that a lot for 9? I thought 9 was another 4-digit... I call them 4-digit games. I thought 9 was a 4-digit game. Where like the max is 9999 for your characters. It's really not a lot, but because because how his moves are and its stats, it can smash you. Good challenge. Their end game, but always not always a fan of. You can only win with max stats and the perfect strategy, and only if the game follows the right attack pattern. Again, the attack pattern thing I have a problem with. Actually, I'm wrong. It's 55,000. Not a lot of multi-hit 9999 moves. But I mean, even if you hit one 9999 move, that's what? 5, 6 of them. That's why that just doesn't seem like a lot. Like I don't know. Unless, like you said, unless the defense is ridiculous and you're only hitting for hundreds at a time. MP 10,000, so yeah, I don't know. I really don't remember 9 all that much. To be if I'm being completely honest, I really don't remember it that much.
This shouldn't take long.
Oh, it's not. Like I said, those 3 moves ignore defense, so you win in 2 turns. Oh, okay. But if it uses Meteor... Yeah, so it sounds like the Ozma fight is more... Kind of like you said. If it opens the right way, you win. If it opens the wrong way, you die. It's a lot of prep work, and then it's just RNG. See, yeah, like the RNG thing, I'm not really a huge fan of for that. Because that's not... I don't feel... The problem with that is that I don't feel accomplished, right? Like you said, do you feel accomplished when you win that fight? Or do you think, oh, it chose the right pattern? Oh, I missed that. I was targeting the wrong one. Hey, I remembered it. New enemies. Yeah, and what do you even get for beating Ozma? Do they just give you... when you beat Ozma, do you just get a link for play online? Oh my god. Ow. Ah, I keep doing that wrong. All right, hold on. Let me... Woo! Ah, no way. Oh, that didn't kill him? You get a pumice, which gives you arc. It shows you have you'll have 3 pumice pieces by that point, and can have Hades synth you a pumice. Never beat Lingering Will in KH2, but man, that soundtrack during that fight is great. We can control Torgal's transformations. To be fair, at that point, it's less a fight and more, yeah, it's more of a puzzle. Well, it's not even a puzzle. It's just you have to hope that it works. Kind of like modern Yu-Gi-Oh, which is the issue with a lot. I think a lot of super bosses can suffer. For example, the Sephiroth fight in KH is totally doable at lower levels and stays a decent challenge as you level up. But it didn't require pixel perfect strategies to win. Yeah, it got easier, but it never got easy. And it still felt like skill. It still felt like you were doing something in order to win that fight. Ozma is one of those you just beat to say you did it. Hades is a better super boss. Same HP as Ozma, but less stats. But it's a consistent fight with actual strats.
Folks can rest in peace once more.
How long is it since the village was abandoned?
A week. Things really went to hell.
Packing their things after the duchy fell. Between the Blight and the Imperials, you just couldn't make ends meet. Must be nigh on a decade since the last wagon left. Oh, it may as well have been a century. Looking at the place. This isn't the Cressida I remember.
I'm sorry.
I'm back. My Cubbies won! Woo! Swept the Astros.
Can't live in the past, no matter how nice it might have been. Soon as I'm done saying a prayer for those that raised me, it's on to your hideaway. I'll meet you there.
Okay. See, that's worth it for the extra potions.
Take care of Mid's little list.
Travel to Mid. Oh, wait.
Anything else?
Oh, my God. That's so good. Love that. Love that for me.
All right, Clive. You've all done then.
I am. I've placed your various orders, and a carpenter by the name of Bernard is on his way from Martha's Rest.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Clive.
Is there...
Yeah,
else you
Jan?
need?
Nope. Blackthorn and Lady Karen have already sent over everything I asked for, and I've got all my plans drawn up. So as soon as Bernard gets here, we can get to work. I can't wait.
Woohoo! Oh wait, that's the main quest. That's not the yeah, I need I need the side quest turn in. How do I get there? See, can you just warp somewhere over here? I have the hardest time with this.
Shouldn't you be getting some rest?
Is there not a... That's a good question. I probably asked this I'm saying it's a good question. I probably asked this already. There's not a mini-map? Is there a mini-map that I just don't have toggled on or something? Torgled on? Straight ahead. And then down.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
That's why I go to the map so much. I'm used to a little mini map. Give me a general idea of where I'm going. Right, that way and then down.
It's all right.
That way. Friendly, get off the stage. Friendly Jan has 2 moves. Virus Powder that does no damage to put virus on you, which stops you from gaining AP and comment. The RNG party-wide damage move, but it then has 255 defense, 255 magic defense, 255 spirit, agility, and 65k hit points. And what do you get for beating it? Besides a code that you can enter at the website, playonline.com/Final Fantasy 9. Or whatever the website was. I think it was Play Online, but an empty feeling.
It is rare that we see you so often in the backyard, Sid. What brings you to the gardens?
Why are you looking at my backyard? Is what I want to know. You meant to give him a diamond, he gives you 50 AP, or you can kill him and get 50 AP.
Yes, wonderful.
Oh, so,
These
okay.
are almost identical to the plates in my tome. Did you have any trouble locating them?
Finding them was the easy part, but it's odd. They remind me of my childhood somehow. I don't remember these flowers specifically, but you must have grown them in the castle.
That's a good question, Latimer.
If the petals are meant to improve the effectiveness of medicines, it's possible that the court physicers grew them for the tinctures and treatments they make.
Oh, wait, so I don't hold more potions. It makes my potions better?
Their properties. That is all the more reason to begin growing our own supply here. Oh, allow me to use some of the flowers you brought me to make something that might aid you on your travels. I need only a moment to extract the essence from the petals.
So the issue of Super Bosses, the reward is nothing. Sephiroth, the King of Hearts feels good, gets you Keyblade, which is neat. Or Final Fantasy 7, the Super Bosses get you Knights of the Round and also a Gold Chocobo, which gets you, well, the Gold Chocobo gets you Knights of the Round, and then Emerald gets you one of each Master Materia, which are very, very cool.
A phial of pure Morganbeard extract. A single drop added to any one of your restoratives will increase its potency.
Okay, so yeah, so this makes my potions better. Ooh, I like that. Later, you'll get more potions. Consumable potency enhanced. Potency. You have obtained a vial of Morganbeard extract, hereby increasing the potency of most consumables. Both potion and high potions now restore more HP, while strength, stone skin, and Lionheart tonics last longer. I will take your word for it. It's the same issue that Ozma gives Pumice. By the time you beat Emerald or Ruby, you'll have the Master Materia and Gold. No, not necessarily. Lilac, beating Ruby is how I got a Gold Chocobo. Because for the life of me, every time I tried to breed, it was the black Chocobo and the other Chocobo that you needed. I think it was like a high rank. Like you go through the whole thing of leveling them up and taking them to the racetrack. No matter how many times I did it, I never got the gold Chocobo. So I just beat Ruby. And then Ruby gives you a gold Chocobo. That's how I got Knights of the Round. I was never able to do it. The Master Materia, so it depends, because the Master Materia you get by mastering every materia, and then you exchange one, and then that gets you a Master Magic Materia, or whatever it is, whether it's the Magic, Command, or Summon. But mastering those is terrible. Like, I never did it legit. I never got a Master Materia legit. I did it with a Game Shark, where I got like 7 million AP for every battle that I fought. So that's how I mastered them. But you also don't get one of the Magic Materia until the end. You also don't get Barrier until Northern Crater. So even if you are using a Game Shark, you won't get one of the materia the normal way. Yeah, I got all of my stuff from the weapons. The problem is, by the time you are powerful enough to beat the weapons, you're powerful enough to beat the game. That's why I like New Game Plus. I like the idea of doing all of that stuff and getting these really powerful things. And like, imagine you start the game, you start Final Fantasy VII, and you've already got Master Materia and a Gold Chocobo. I mean, the Gold Chocobo, you can't really say that too, but imagine you start the game and you've already got Master, Magic, Summon, and Command Materia. That's a lot of fun. I like that stuff. You'll never convince me that overpowering a game on subsequent playthroughs isn't fun. I always get a kick out of it. I really wish Unicorn Overlord had that. Fantastic, by the way. Unicorn Overlord. Oh my god, I'm so pleased for that. There's even some post-game stuff to do. I did this huge post-game mission, and now there's a couple of smaller post-game things that you can do. Nothing really significant, but it is a lot of fun to be able to do that stuff.
How's it coming along?
It's coming. So am I. I've platinum for Final Fantasy VII OG. Yeah, I never got the Master Materia the normal way. You can get accessories to increase the potency. You can get and accessories increase the potency of potions. Okay.
Must be hard.
But I want to help Miss Mididol with her experiment.
Her name is Mididol? Wait, is that the same person? Are they talking about Mid? Her name is Mididol? Imagine. I can do that. Dude, that's the sign of a good endgame Super Boss content. It's so good and rewarding that it's worth doing just part of your playthrough. Her name is Mididol. I feel like that's... Why does that feel like it's supposed to be telling me something? Hello.
Clive.
Talia. How's Jill?
Recovering, but she still needs her rest.
Of course.
Clive, I wanted to talk to you about... It's Tarja, by the way. You've been saying it wrong this whole time.
I'll do my best. Oh, Gav was looking for you. He said he had something to show you in the shelves.
Oh,
The
brother.
shelves.
Here we go. This is it.
Oh, that's right.
Yaoi
You
Fantasy.
have to ask Hippocrates about Torgor. He must have found something.
Yaoi Fantasy 16. Oh, do the side quest in his room. Oh, this guy. Oh, he's got a little treasure chest.
You have the look of a man with the twins upon his shoulders, Rodrigue.
Talia has tasked me with removing a Curse Breaker's brand. But it's my first time, and I don't think I can do it.
Every time I play 7, I fight the weapons because the rewards are good. I usually do like to try and fight them. I just don't, you know, I don't break a sweat if I don't.
Is it really worth the risk?
You don't need me to answer that. You know full well what we're fighting for. I hope as much as you that one day
Is that
bearers
you,
can
Enrique?
walk among others as equals. But until that day, a brand is a burden, and we must lift that burden in order to go undetected. The operation may be dangerous, but it's also essential. We undergo it willingly.
I know. I still wish there was some other way. But griping about my lot helps no one, I suppose. Don't worry. I'll do what must be done.
I still...
Unfortunately, the first thing that needs doing is the preparation of a draft to dull the pain.
Well, I just got some
Something
Morgan's
I
beer
can't
potion.
do with the infirmary's ammonia supply so low. What few leaves we have would barely be enough for removing a splinter, let alone a brand.
I like his
Just tell me what you need.
voice acting in this,
You'll go.
but I feel like his body should be more depressed, right?
No
Like,
one knows
like
how
his
tired.
character
She
model isn't
swears
selling
by
me on the
ammonia
performance
for
here.
easing pain. It's simple enough to find if you know where to look. And fortunately for you, I do. Along the river near the village of Amber over in Rosaria. Just search for the bright blue blossoms.
Got my 24th win in F099. Clive is really gonna feel like crap if he dies. Gonna use the Final Fantasy 14 animations. Yeah, he's not really selling it to me. Like, he's supposed to be bummed out or something, or maybe, you know, because he's nervous, right? So I feel like he's not really selling me on it. God, I really wish there was some sort of fast travel. I'm such a lazy ass. See, and then there's this one here too. She's got another one of these. But I thought the treasure chest ones were just stuff for my room. I don't care about stuff from my room. The side quests are where they ran out of money. That's all the extra content. They told the voice actors, if you want a side quest, you have to pay for it yourself. So they only paid for the voice work.
Jill looked white as a sheet.
They might as well be cardboard cutouts. Oh, let me get my potions from Charon.
Well, don't just stand there gawping. If you're gonna buy something, be quick about it. You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
The side quest you just took explains the brand on the bearers. Okay. All right, so where is that? I don't want the main quest though. I want gather. By the way, it's saying Ermonia. Is that supposed to sound like ammonia? There. Do I want to take this first, or do I want to take the main quest first? Kind of wish I could look into the map and see. Can I do that? Oh, I can. I literally just have to press that button. Oh, it's right there. I'm just gonna go and do that. This is the updated quest so you can get the Clive. Oh, okay. Oh, so I don't need. Yeah, I remember you guys mentioned that Clive brand scene. I thought that was gonna be like a big dramatic thing. I can just do that here. Like I thought I needed the DLC. I mean.
Now for those herbs.
This one.
Ah, damn it. That was part of the side quest. I'm gonna have to get this game every time I watch it. It's very, very cool. It's very, very cool.
Around here with blue
It's part of the cycle. Square's habit of putting some of the best moments in the side quest. I don't know. Because we always kind of talk about that. We always, we talk about how you look at like Fire Emblem, like 3 Houses, where it's a lot of the character moment. I feel like that's the better way to say it. Is that a lot of the character moments are in side quests and stuff. Which, is always kind of annoying, but I get like the whole Clive Brand thing, like that would be a really cool piece of information to have just normally, but it's not too bad.
I hope you didn't have too much trouble finding the ammonia.
Yep. Wait, why do they look like keys?
Only the usual.
I'm often build up the romance in FE.
And more than I was expecting. I dare say the patient won't feel a thing.
Unless I kill him.
That is
but I guess he won't feel that either.
Fine. Taya trusts you, which means I trust you. The hideaway would be lost without skilled physicers like yourself.
Let's get physicers. Whoa.
I'm sorry. I'm still terrified. The brand is more than just ink on flesh. It's a death sentence. Milk of the wyvern tail lurking just below the surface of the skin. One ill-conceived incision, a single slip, and the poison fouls the patient's blood.
Oh, so it's not just a tattoo. I just thought it was a tattoo.
Death. And even success means tremendous pain. Days of agony as the wound heals. I became a physiker to help people, not to kill them. I don't want to kill anyone.
Curse breakers lead hard lives. And the operation is only the beginning. They toil in the shadows, risking life and limb, knowing their efforts will win them neither glory nor acclaim. And yet we have no shortage of volunteers.
Oh, so this is like the
day I
cutscene thing?
decided that I would take Sid's name was the same day Taya took my brand.
I remember. It wasn't long after we came here. What little medicine Taya managed to salvage from the wreckage of the old place had been used up treating the wounded. She begged that your operation be delayed until a new supply of antalgics was found. Procedure was even more dangerous back then. Only a few souls had undertaken it. Doris, Cole, a handful of other curse breakers, and those who are no longer with us. Those who lost their lives in the process. It wasn't something to be done lightly.
No. But it was something I had to do if I was to take Sid's name. He always led from the front and never asked anyone to take a risk for his cause that he was unwilling to take himself, even if he knew that it might cost him his life.
Oh, so he did it. He did it raw. No painkillers.
Hold still, Clive! Hold still!
I knew there'd be pain. That I might not survive. And I was afraid. But I also knew that if I didn't overcome that fear, that pain, then I would never be able to call myself Sid.
I didn't know.
Oh my God,
Feel
he's
what
been
our brother
Sid this
meant.
whole time?
But it's a decision each of us must make for ourselves, on our own terms. Rodrigue, I know your work isn't easy, but neither is going under the knife. Be a shoulder for your patients to lean on. Stay strong for them.
You sound like Taya. Do you know what she once told me? It's natural for a patient to feel like they're suffering in solitude. And it's a physicist's duty to see that they don't. Thank you for helping me remember that. I won't falter. Not again.
Yeah, that wasn't as involved as I thought it was going to be. Still interesting. It's still... Yeah, that's a good question. So was this cut, or was it not there and they added it? That's my question. Was this something that already existed and they cut it out and then people said, no, put it back in? Or was this something that people said, we really would have loved the story of Clive getting his brand taken off, and they said, all right, we'll throw it in there. They added it. Okay, so it wasn't in there. So yeah, so that's probably why. Like, they probably figured no one's really going to ask about it. And then people did. I feel like fewer people would have asked for that, and they put it in. And yet, you don't have a scene explaining why Bruce Banner and the Hulk came to an agreement and decided to become the Smart Hulk. You didn't think that was important. Why? But we got this. Man. This is random. Like, I don't know. That was always a big gripe with me about Endgame. Like, how do we get Smart Hulk? And nobody thought maybe people are gonna want to see how this happened. No one ever questioned it. But someone said, I want to see Clive get his brand taken off of, and they said, okay. And they made a little animatic for it and everything. Not an animatic, just some stills. just some stills and some voice lines. All right, so, which is still more than they did for Smart Hulk. Why would you not include? Why Hulk? Damn you, Marvel! You have a whole Disney Plus series about it. Fans can bitch about it. You're not wrong there. Mr. L, why did we get a whole thing for this? Did we even need to know? No, I think fans would say, yeah, we kind of needed that story. No, Mr. L, why wasn't this in the movie? So they had a whole scene with Smart Hulk they filmed and decided to cut out the final. Did they have a scene where they explain? What I wanted was a scene where Bruce Banner and the Hulk came to an agreement and decided to be the Smart Hulk. I want to know why we didn't get that as a sequence, as a scene.
Where have you been? I've been wanting to ask you.
It's the potions, and it's been kind of complicated. I've had a day. I've had a day.
Like, in the first place.
My father brought him back from one of his expeditions into the
Northern Territories.
They were crossing a snowfield.
Snowfield, it's Fenrir, baby. Woo!
Seeing no sign of his pack, they took him in.
What do you reckon, Tomes?
It certainly adds weight to the theory.
I'm saying it's Fenrir.
I believe that Torgal may be no mere hound, but a rare frostwolf, an animal native to the far.
No, you're wrong. He's a dominant.
In one of our oldest
You shut up, old man.
I found reference to a frostwolf who served as guardian to an ancient queen of the north. Such was his mastery over ether, he could cast magics on command. His name was Fenrir.
Fenrir the Frostwolf.
You doubted me. Chat, yeah, I said Fenrir, and you said, no, that's not true. I thought you're wrong. You said, I have it on good account. You said I was wrong.
The girl from the Northern Territories and her faithful hound. One awakens as the dominant of Shiva, and the other...
You're saying that Jill granted Torgal his powers?
What?
Wait,
just like Fenrir. People called him my hound, but Torgal and Jill were inseparable. He grew up as a faithful companion to the dominant of Shiva, and years later, his powers awakened, just when his master needed him the most.
Torgal is Jill's dog?
If it weren't for Torgal blasting those bastards to Kingdom Come,
About
Jill
to be
would
my
have been
dog.
for it.
Quite. Though Torgal's power is his own.
Descendant of
his
Fenrir.
latent birthright as a frostwolf.
Yeah, but he'll be
Had only
reborn
to be
as Fenrir.
unlocked.
Oh, get you, Torgal.
You're an even finer hound than we thought.
Damn right.
And regarding your original concern, you need not fear for Torgal's health.
He's supposed to be that
While the
cold.
beast has the appetite of a behemoth,
just this very morn, I found him with his nose buried in my nuts.
There you are! I've been looking everywhere for you. Bernard's here. I need you to introduce us so we can get to work.
I shan't be a moment.
That was intentional. All right. No Diddy. Oh, man, that's good. Buried where?
Isn't it brilliant?
Why didn't you go out and find Jill all those years? Maybe they thought she was dead?
You and everyone else.
I mean, to be fair,
I'll pay you back.
it's a fair assumption, right? Considering everything that happened.
Starting right now. Just you wait. I'll make wonders like this world's never seen.
Then I look forward to seeing them.
I've heard that line twice. It never stops being funny.
Now that that's settled, I wonder if Vivian's made any progress tracking down Kupka.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, after what happens at the beginning, I would feel like anybody I haven't seen is me personally, if I were in that situation, I would just assume that everybody I know is dead.
I wish Miss Lo- I wonder what she's been thinking.
I think I'll wait till.
Right? Yeah. Hang on. Let me go to the restroom. I was trying to hold it until the end. Let me go to the restroom. Hold on. Let's see what happened to Torgal right after Phoenix Gate since he was there. Imagine being at VA having to say that line with a straight face. Sure, I think it would have been just as solid to have been like his connection to Clive awakened his powers, and he's the one Torgal spent the most time using powers. It's the most minor nitpicks. Yeah, they probably allowed it. I wouldn't entirely be surprised if that wasn't the first take of that line. That's probably that's probably the fifth take when the joke stopped being funny, long enough for them to say it.
How goes the hunt for Kupka?
Largely in circles. We have myriad sightings of strange soldiers in unexpected places, but nothing definitive as yet.
You mean like that guy's nuts?
Certain by what route he left Rosalith.
Well, keep at it. If anyone can put this puzzle together, it's you.
They're sorcerer. They're at the bar and he's like, "Here, you want my nuts?" He's got like the bowl of peanuts. Oh, I lost a super boss fight. No. I think more like a 50th take. I can't imagine that line being funny for a long time. So, SNL just had an episode.
What? Here.
And in the episode, they're doing
Clive, I
hold
believe
on.
to mercy that you didn't inherit your father's throne.
It's the Beavis and Butthead gag. If anybody's seen that video that popped up.
You have nothing to worry about on that front. I won't be claiming his crown.
That is a relief.
I don't want to wear a crown.
Clive.
More of a tiara I got myself.
We, have a guest.
A guest?
You said that suspiciously.
For your trouble. It was a pleasure, in hindsight.
Oh, wait!
Uncle Byron?
Yeah!
Clive, my boy!
Yeah, there we go.
Your favorite uncle is here.
That's me! I know, there was something about Clive's shock at that. It almost didn't fit the rest. Like, it was almost too funny for the rest of the environment. Oh, look, I forgot these things existed. There really is more than one. Or two.
The Dalmekian government sues for peace. How shall we respond?
If they're willing to accept their fault in the matter, I see no reason to refuse them.
Still, we must insist on substantial reparations. The Twinside stores are not as bottomless as reported.
Aye, and we have many more mouths to feed.
It's sad that I like these outfits, but I'm just assuming these guys are all a-holes. The clothing is spectacular, by the way. I feel like I haven't commented enough on the wardrobe.
Possible without your timely intervention, Prince Olivier.
Indeed, I doubt any of us would have had the courage to trade words with the mighty Titan, nor less the wit to win him over.
Oh, she's that weird mom, huh?
The crystals go with you, Your Highness.
Lady Aaron, Liza Aaron of the Vale.
Very good.
Oh, most of these guys aren't too bad, but the Emperor is the a-hole, isn't it? A-hole at the moment. Yeah, she's got that semi-scheming, semi-insane.
Withdraw their troops.
Dion's fire could rid us of them in mere moments.
What?
The men of the Fist will not withdraw until a peace treaty is concluded. So let us keep the negotiations open, give them time to gather what gold and trinkets they can. And once they deliver that which we demand, what worth is a piece of parchment?
We shall send them running, and when they turn their backs to us, we will give them the fist.
The enemy would surely send their own dominant to meet him. And while His Highness would, of course, prevail, there would be heavy losses on both.
You need not fear Hugo Kupka. He is engaged on the Western Front. Even were the Dalmecs to send for him, he would not arrive in time. As much as I would enjoy witnessing a clash between Bahamut...
Oh, they don't know yet.
It is not to be.
And what of your subjects, Your Radiance?
They don't know about the hand thing yet.
If the fighting spread to the city proper, the people would bear the brunt of it.
Oh, so he's good.
There will be losses, it is true.
He's worried about his people. I respect it, especially after Unicorn Overlord.
Another can be bred. For every home that burns, another can be built. The Empire will live on. Dion?
Yes, sire.
Don't ever question me in public again, you little turd. Rich people are unnecessarily extravagant for no reason. None of that feels like he's gonna do something here, but it doesn't feel like it has a purpose. It's all for show. Will you go to prom with me?
Prepare for battle.
That's basically the same thing.
Do not make me repeat myself. Return to your camp and await my orders.
You know, you avoid a lot of problems here if you just kill him where he stands.
Your wish,
your
radiance.
I sincerely think everyone in the room is going to be okay with that. Ah, a flower. We don't want to do the apples there, as I...
May Gregor forgive you.
You know, or we could just not do it.
What do the astrologers augur?
The stars are in agreement, Your Radiance. The shadow of treachery hangs over Prince Dion.
Oh, here's the problem right here. He's an astrology person. Oh, brother. None of this would have happened if Mercury was in the right house. Ugh.
You disappoint me, Dion.
Typical Earth sign. Oh, I don't know if that's a thing. Ugh. It's typical Leo. I don't know. Everybody used to be good, just king, and Dion loves his father. Yeah, what does the newspaper? What's my horoscope say for today? Says you will murder lots of people instead of murdering just the one that deserves it. Yeah, how she has a content I am evil face in every It's the you know what she's got?
Shirley's got her work cut out.
You know what the queen has? For may he forgive me. She's got Todd Howard face. Right? Todd Howard steps on stage, he says something moderately interesting about Xbox, and it's just like, aha. Yeah, I said that. Uh-huh. You can tell your friends. Saturn was off by 50 feet. Dion is clearly a villain. The face that hides lies. To put it more bluntly, she's got resting. See, no, I don't think she has resting bitch face. I think she has I think she has a very active bitch face. The Todd Howard. It does. I always said that Todd Howard looks like he farted, and that's the face he makes because he's waiting for you to realize it.
Young Sir Wade. He really is the most helpful fellow.
Dude, was that you?
I hear. The Guardians and those they freed tell the most outlandish tales of your heroics in Rosalith. Which is why I came.
Oh, me too. You should talk to that guy about his nuts.
Sort the fact from the fiction, so to speak.
You were working with the Guardians of the Flame to evacuate the people of Rosalith to Port Isolde.
I was. Aye.
Then I have questions for you.
Active bitch face. Gotta remember that one.
Come inside, Uncle.
Gladly. You there? There are 2,000 gold talents in those chests. See that they're added to my nephew's coffers, would you?
2,000?
That's awesome. Oh, that's good.
And I'm afraid that is all I know.
That was awesome.
A fleet sailing south past Port Isolde. Most intriguing.
Forgive me for not being able to tell you more. I hadn't the faintest idea Kupka withdrew wounded from Rosalith. Still less that my own nephew dealt the decisive blow.
What do you think, Vivian?
I think, with this news of the Dalmekian fleet and recent reports of the Royalists' movements, that the final
What's that
piece
thing
of
you're
the
doing
puzzle
with your
has
face?
fallen
I'm
into
enjoying
place.
a video game is what I'm doing. As
I'm
I've
here
been
to show you.
this entire time. Despite word to the contrary. Every time you look at it, it's dramatically worse, and no one's talking about it.
Kupka's forces entered Rosaria via its unguarded coast.
We are not having enough of a conversation about this blight.
Certainly, her royal navy is famed for the efficiency.
Maybe they think the blight is a myth.
From one battlefield to the next. And in the Ein Herja, or Black Galleon, she boasts a vessel nigh as swift and every bit as feared as the kingdom's
Ooh,
legendary
Ein Herja.
cavalry. A fitting flagship for a land apart, her naval presence being crucial to her ambitions beyond Ash. Yes, it seems safe to assume that the Royalists did indeed enter Rosaria from the sea. So then...
Oh, look, they have a time-accurate version of Kupka.
Survival.
Look.
Whither would you take him?
They even made a statue accurate to where to his physical condition right now.
The magics needed to mend his hurts. But would that not entail an arduous voyage around the southern cape? Let us say that the Royalists did put ashore with a mind to spirit
That's
Kupka
good.
away from under your very nose. Could that truly have been their plan for him? To load him aboard one of the ships flying Republican colors sighted off the coast near Port Isolde. To spend weeks at sea, being tossed hither and yon by unforgiving waves, his life hanging in the balance. No. The journey would mean Titan's death, and Kupka's faithful creatures would not allow it.
You have to travel by land.
What was the plan of our Waluda friends? Reports suggest they made not for the coast,
Yeah,
but
in
for the
inland.
desert. And by cutting through the Velcroy, a party traveling light would have Titan back in his bed days before a galley could land.
Not to mention, if you went the sea route, you're traveling through blighted lands. If anything happens, you're
the
dead.
Republicans who effected Hugo Kupka's safe retreat.
Ah.
I would stake your life on it.
And they were all wearing "Make Isolde Great Again" hats. It was strange.
So it was the Waludas who spirited the wretch away. Now I think about it, there was something a little strange about the ships I saw. The men seemed almost crestfallen, as if in mourning.
And it was weird
As if
because
they
it was the
believed,
afternoon.
Or were made to believe that their master was dead.
Oh.
You have a keen mind, Lord Rosfield. And you have your answer. To find Kupka, you have merely to follow the Royalist trail across the Velcroy. It may well have gone cold by now, but as they say in the Republic, all
Make
roads
Drake's
lead
Fang
to
great
Drake's
again?
Fang.
Okay, wait, no? Okay.
Allow me to accompany you part of the
Okay,
way.
let's go.
As luck would have it, I had intended to journey Candlewood on business.
But I was
after
told
visiting
16 didn't have any humor or levity.
The Fang would be but a
I did not say
short
that.
Detour.
I didn't say that there
I'll
was
be glad
none.
of the company. Give me a moment to make ready. I need to tell my friends what we've learned and where we're going.
Very well, but be quick about it, my boy. Time waits for no man.
Oh, later, Dragoon. Have a good one. Reorganizing my shelves. I may have a problem. Yeah, I never said that there wasn't any humor or levity. I'm just saying that the kind of levity that Final Fantasy games typically have doesn't necessarily fit here. Right? You look at something like Final Fantasy VII, the dressing in like the wig and the dress and stuff, and the honeybee inn, Red 13, OG7, Red 13 in the sailor outfit, kind of walking like this. Like, that's the sort of humor that doesn't really fit in this world. But we've had plenty of moments. Like, we've had Gav and Clive moments where they make jokes and stuff, and it's been humorous to an extent. It's just the kind of humor. You can't really do, like, if there was a sequence in this where a character said something and then ran off and you heard the whoo, right, the sort of whistle noise, that wouldn't fit in this game. And that's kind of typical for Final, and not all Final Fantasies, right? You know, I'm definitely thinking of the earlier ones. But 8, for instance, like, you look at something like the Honeybee Inn. When you play Final Fantasy 8, it kind of stands out when you do something like that. 9, maybe you can fit it a little bit more. 10 sort of was sort of in the middle there, right? But this is like, if you do anything that feels silly, it's gonna feel wrong. But you had the joke about the guy's nuts, right? You had the Gav, 2000. That's fine. That's not outrageous. That's not a ridiculous thing. Yeah, that was the only, I don't know if you were just teasing or not, but that was my only point when we did talk about that, was just that the excessive silly humor that is sometimes present in Final Fantasy, that doesn't feel like it would fit here. That was the concern about Remake.
With a little help from Sid.
When Remake was very first coming out, that was a big concern, was that, they're going to remove like the Honeybee Inn. And because they're going to make it more serious. And really, we were all surprised at how hard they went into it, especially if you played Rebirth and you went down to the bar in Shinra. For anybody, I won't spoil it for anybody that didn't do it, but when you go to the Junon area, I would recommend you go to the alley and go to the bar downstairs. I highly recommend that. Yeah, but that sort of humor, like that bar, that doesn't fit in this game. Can't have Clive turn into a Moogle and say Kupo. Okay, well, maybe. All right, hold on a second now. Let's not take everything off the table here.
You're not going in there alone, are you?
Don't worry. I'm not going there to destroy the Mother Crystal. All I'm after is Kupka's head.
And I plan on throwing it into the Mother Crystal.
I promise.
I just realized what bar you were talking about.
Kupka's personal fiefdom. You have any trouble on the way, you ask for Rosina Dalamil. Some call her the Desert Hare.
Who is she?
An old associate of Sid's, and only Sid's. All I know is the name, and that they used to meet at the Dalamil Inn.
Okay, could you write that down? I already forgot her name.
Died. But I'm thinking maybe the new Sid might be able to bring her back into the fold.
Thanks. I'll keep that
in mind. I'm also serious about the name thing. I really don't remember what her name was.
Uncle? I mean, he's welcome to stay, but...
Don't look so worried.
Later, Dragoon. Have a good one.
Coming with me.
Thank fuck for that.
Gav, Otto, I'm leaving you two in charge.
You can count on us.
Yeah, like, Gav's the humor here. And Charon's the humor, but... Well, I'm pretty sure they did intend that to be the case. Which way am I going? If I go down here and I'm on that stupid balcony again, I'm gonna freak out. Okay, it's right here. Somehow I would end up on somehow the balcony returned.
All right, Uncle. I'm ready to depart. Shall we?
We shall. Come, let us away to adventure.
I need that audio clip together. We shall come. Adventure! Huzzah! Okay, so we should be good to go. Oh no. Thanks, Twitch. Almost as bad as Zoro from One Piece. Wait. Yeah, what was it? Well, I was kind of confused about that. Oh, because of course it's the desert music. I think I handed in my side quest.
Young man when last I walked this path. There's an old trading post not far from here. The road to Drake's Fang leads through it.
The trading post it is.
Seth Everman. I think it's Seth Everman. He had a YouTube channel. I don't think he makes YouTube videos anymore. But he had a YouTube channel, and there's like one of his most famous videos was every video game song. And so he does like he plays keyboard. He does like what every video game song sounds like. So like the air level is like calliope sounding music, like a wind instrument. He does the desert theme, and the desert theme is almost exactly this. Like it's blatantly like every desert song what it always sounds like. And that's immediately what came to mind, is that it sounds like that. Let me find. Hold on, because I kind of want to, because we're about to wrap up here. So, every video game song. Really? Oh, is it not up here anymore? What's that? Is this here? Oh, no.
With Fargo.
Ah, you shush. Don't forget. Oh yeah, don't forget to save. How about that? Water level, complicated puzzle. Where's the desert? Oh, I guess it's the second one. I'll get it another time. It's funny though. If you ever get a chance, let me see if there's. Is it this one? Oh, fire level. Hold on. Like he does more of it later, but it's like that's what they all sound like. If it's a fire level or a desert level or something, it all sounds like that. the fact that they immediately like that's the first thing I heard when we got out to the desert level is hysterical to me. Okay, give me 1 second here. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know if he makes videos anymore. Seth Everman is the name on YouTube. It's tons of funny stuff. Tons of funny stuff there. Sonic Frontiers is the same on the second island. I have to send you there. I considered. Okay. Stop it. I consider doing this too. Hang on. You'll understand in a second. All right. But that is going to do it for today. So thank you everybody for stopping in and for hanging out. Very, very, very much appreciated. Okay, so let me go over what's going to happen. Tomorrow we should be streaming. We should most likely be streaming tomorrow. At the earliest, I think it's probably going to be about a 3:00 start. So a little bit of a shorter stream. At the earliest, it's 3:00. It might be 4. There's a small chance it gets canceled, but don't count on that. I should be able to stream tomorrow. Saturday, I might cancel on Saturday. I'm probably going to be going. I'm considering whether or not I want to go down to the city to just sort of walk around and get my bearings a little bit. Get my, just to sort of hang out and relax a little bit. I might have a busy weekend. Sunday. So okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I might take off of Saturday just because I can get some stuff done around the house, and I want to go down to the city and just relax a little bit. I'm thinking about going and getting some ramen and doing a little bit of pick up a couple of things. Sunday, they're doing I guess it's like the catch up stream or the follow up stream for the Cheers for the Children, which was the Legend of Zelda Extra Life charity stream that we did. The 25-hour stream. So it's going to be like the extra day. That's going to be this Sunday at noon. I forget which channel it's on. But I'll try to link that on Twitter. That's going to start at noon. I will most likely be hopping. I'm not playing a game or anything. I most likely be hopping in for comms. But I don't know what the comm schedule is. So it'll probably just be in and out throughout the day. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, so that's why I will probably take Saturday to relax, and then Sunday we'll probably be doing some of that stuff. Is it in the charity room? I always forget what the channel is for that. But yeah, so that's gonna be Sunday starting at noon Eastern time. So for here, tomorrow we should be streaming tomorrow starting at 3 p.m., which is an hour later than like today. And then Saturday, I will probably be canceling. So we'll see what happens with that. But for right now, I am going to send you over to GVG. GVG Good Vibes Gaming, or Good Vibes Arcade, it says there. I'm going to send you over there. They're playing Paper Mario The 1,000-Year Door 64. I think this was the Paper Mario 64 mod, or like it's like 64 but with 1,000-Year Door stuff attached to it. So stick around after the credits, and I will send you over there to hang out and represent us very well. Do that. Hurry up and fail so I can click it again. There we go. But thank you, everybody, for stopping in, for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And I will see you all tomorrow.